Yeah, it's a lot still going on. He does not want us to talk about them Epstein files. I mean, oh my God. Come on. This is Renee. But, oh, that was 8 days ago. Okay. Yeah, we done, hey, Monty Trucking. We stealing too. We done stole a missile. We done stole Russian oil. Lord, this fool go from one extreme to another. Lord, he is intentionally. He know he out of here. He know when them Epstein files hit, his ass is out of here. So he is over here starting wars. He's starting shit with Putin. Or all of this is already orchestrated for that one world government. New world order. At this point right now, I don't know. I don't know if this ain't one big movie. I don't know if this is made for TV. Right now, I just don't know. But come on in. I'm going to give y'all a minute to come on in because he's stealing tankers of oil from Russia by way of Venezuela. So that means if you stealing from Putin, oh wow. How many wars can one president start? Let's go. Like, Lord. He said this will be the last time you have to vote. He did say that, didn't he? Hey, Samantha. He did say this will be the last time. What is this one? He said that, didn't he? Bam, bam. Now they matching. And Trump out front. Bam. 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 I'm gonna do what I want to do. I run this. Who you think? Who you talking? Who you talking to? Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Y'all better where your wands at? Bam, 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 bam. You not gonna take shit from me. Did he hit Murda? Hold on, I'm gonna have to take. I'm gonna have to see you move. I'm gonna have to see. Let's go. Bam. Did you hit him in the back? Ooh. Look at the lips. That's why Bill say shit. Look at them lips. Bam. Ooh. I play too much. Back. We friends. I gotta suck him off my look. Let me stop. Woo! That's a good one. I ain't gonna even lie. Y'all get the likes up. Dang it. I know I don't like cooking with coconut oil. And I can shout out to Skull, but that ain't who we finna. Yeah, so we gonna start with this crazy ass woman talking all this shit. Her little press conference. Then we gonna look into this Russian, and then we going into Candace. Is that all right? Is that all right? We done got our gig on. Music. A little Irish dancing. Ow, ow. The lips are killing, huh? He feeling froggy. Let's go. So let's hear this clown with these lies. Lord, I can't. Ugh. I don't even know why I do this to myself, but you know, I like catching folk in their lies. And I'm trying to see if I recognize any of these guys. She said, fine with me. Let's go. Let's hear this heifer. She done took off her cowboy hat. This the worst or most work their ass is done. But they still stalling. He said, I told you I'll take your asses out before I let these Epstein files fully come out. And they steady hiding shit. Let's go. Hit the like button, y'all.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. I want to start out by addressing the loss of life that we saw here in Minneapolis today. Any loss of life is a tragedy, and I think all of us can agree that in this situation it was preventable. I've spoken to the president today on the situation here on the ground. I also just got off the phone a little while ago with Governor Walz and spoke to him as well. I want to reiterate first with all of you the facts of what happened today. At 10:25 a.m. Central Time, Immigration and Customs Enforcement were carrying out lawful operations here in Minneapolis. Because of the adverse weather that Minneapolis has seen in recent snow, one of the vehicles became stuck and ensnared in the snow. Law enforcement were attempting to push out this vehicle, and when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day. ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism. The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was treated at a local hospital, has been released, and is now with family. I encourage the American people at this point in time to pray for him, but also to pray for the deceased's family and her loved ones. Today alone, in this country, there have been 4 different domestic terrorist attacks on federal officers by the ramming of vehicles. 3 of them happened here in Minneapolis. We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well. And let me remind you why we're all here in this city today and why we've been here. In communities across this country and here in Minneapolis, we're just enforcing the laws that we have in this country. For years under President Biden, tens of millions of dangerous criminal illegal aliens, terrorists, and suspected terrorists were allowed to invade our country over our southern border. They were allowed to steal, to defraud, and to perpetuate violence against American citizens. Regardless of who your mayor or who your governor is, President Trump promised every single American that he would make America safe again. He promised every single American that he would work to protect them from dangerous criminals. Since Governor Walz has been in charge of Minnesota, we have seen homicides go up by over 50%. That's also during Mayor Frye's tenure as well. Since President Trump took office, Governor Walz has released over 470 violent criminals back onto the streets here in Minneapolis. He has another 680 of them still within his jurisdiction that he could give to us today to face the consequences for their crimes. Because Governor Walz and Mayor Frye refuse to protect Minnesotans, and instead they protect these criminals, that's why we are here. And we didn't just show up yesterday, we've always been here. But we're surging operations because of the dangerous situation we see in this country, and because we're no longer going to allow illegal criminals to damage and harm, to kill, to sexually abuse, to proliferate drugs, and to steal American taxpayers' dollars. This state has faced unprecedented immigration fraud. It's seen unprecedented benefit fraud. Individuals were allowed to come into this country and set up fake companies and fake nonprofits and divert billions of dollars away from American citizens and those vulnerable citizens who truly needed the services from those programs. This city has burned before, and your mayor and your governor let it happen. President Trump is not going to let that happen. He and our federal law enforcement officers are here to bring peace and to bring public safety and to ensure that criminal activity is stopped and that people who perpetuate it face consequences. Since we have been here in recent weeks, we have arrested over 1,500 criminals off of the streets. Our law enforcement has arrested murderers, known and suspected terrorists, child pedophiles, and other brutal criminals that were protected here in this city. We should all work together to protect our citizens. We should all protect the men and the women and the families who live here in Minneapolis, who live in Minnesota, and live throughout this entire country. I want to thank you for being here, and I want to thank you for focusing on the important work that our federal officers do and make sure that we're focused on the priorities of this country, and that's making sure that we're keeping people safe. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Secretary, Mayor Frye called the Klan claims of self-defense BS. How do you respond to that?
I say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
Secretary, can you expand too on the agent's injuries? The president said that he's lucky to be alive.
The officer was hit by the vehicle. She hit him. He went to the hospital. A doctor did treat him. He has been released, but he's going to spend some time with his family.
Can you clarify whether these people are active shots were fired?
I can't, but the FBI will continue the investigation and release more facts when it's appropriate.
Secretary, now, has the agent been relieved of his duty? Or can you give us any other?
No, we're following the standard protocol procedures we do in situations like this. When there's an officer-involved shooting, we make sure that we get the facts and that we are getting the statements from everybody involved and make sure that investigators are handling the decisions.
Secretary, now have ICE operations paused because of what happened today?
No, we're still out on the streets doing our work to get dangerous criminals off of the streets of Minneapolis.
Can you tell us any insight into your conversation with the governor?
You know, Tim and I have known each other for years. We served in Congress together. We both ran for governor the same year and have served as governor at the same times. So we were colleagues and we discussed what happened here today. We have two very different viewpoints of it. I talked specifically about the fact that we have laws. They need to be enforced. He knows that I believe sanctuary policies have protected criminals and placed a priority of them over the citizens that live here. And he knows we'll continue to do our work, and I encouraged him to work with us. We've never had a cooperative arrangement with law enforcement here. Whenever we've done investigations, whenever we've done police work, when we've been doing what we can to bring people to justice for the crimes that they commit, we haven't had the cooperation of the state of Minnesota or the city police here under the mayor's direction. If you talk to any of these federal law enforcement officers, they'll say that when they call for backup in a situation, that it's hit and miss. They were grateful today that the police chief and local law enforcement showed up at the scene and helped secure it to make sure that nobody was harmed and that the FBI could do their work. But I would encourage them to work with us, that we could form a partnership that would make sure that individuals have the opportunity to have a safe Minneapolis.
Secretary, will body
Over here.
do you stand behind the use of force, and will any of those use of force guidelines be altered or changed in the future?
You know, it's clearly established law that a vehicle driven by a person and used to harm someone is a deadly weapon. Deadly force is perfectly lawful when a threat is faced by a weapon. So I do believe that this officer used his training in this situation, and we'll let the FBI continue the investigation to get it resolved.
So just to be clear, the shooting happened before or after the vehicle hit the officer?
I know you keep asking that, but that doesn't mean that the FBI is going to give you an answer today. There will be an investigation. We want to make sure that it's factual. What I would ask is that as we go forward from here today, that we all remember that our job is to have peaceful discussions. I'd encourage our local law enforcement and state law enforcement to work with us. We are going to continue.
What would she keep asking that you didn't want to answer, oh smart mouth heifer? You just think that you can talk fast and, overlook some shit. She lying her abso-goddamn-lutely she lying. And if y'all quit talking about people who great, if y'all so law and fucking order, why you won't answer, why your president, your big homie, your papi, he's a predator, and he's a convicted felon. Why no one asked they asked when they having these press conferences, y'all so law and order, why are you okay with Trump being a convicted felon? How can you follow the rule of the law with everybody except the mother you work for? Huh? Why no one asked that question? I want to see their asses squirm. Itch, since you think you so fucking special. Squirm, baby, squirm. Yeah, you can't even answer this simple ass question she asking you. I know good and dang well you can't answer that one. Since you want to follow the rules of the law. How? Start at the top first and work your way down. Why y'all okay with him being a convicted fucking felon, but y'all want to enforce and shoot and kill people? He's a Girl.
Statements from everybody involved and make sure that investigators are handling the decisions.
Y'all not gonna do shit. Y'all was mad because she was letting people know that y'all was there. She wasn't no damn terrorist. Stop lying. Stop lying.
Criminals that were protected here in this city. We should all work together to protect our citizens.
Okay, that's you right. We should work together. Dummy. So that's why we want the Epstein files, so we can all work together. Why can't we not work together to get the Epstein files, to get those criminals off the streets and out the White House? Let's start there. They intentionally did it. Mad because she was warning the people, blowing her horn, letting them know they already had a system in place, and they was doing they roll call, drill call, to let them know that they was there. And they was mad. And now they saying there was kids out there that saw this shit. There was kids out there. So in their mind, she was obstructing justice because she was warning her neighbors. Helper.
Minneapolis, who live in Minnesota and live throughout this entire country. I want to thank you for being here, and I want to thank you for focusing on the important work that our federal officers do.
The White House.
And to make sure that we're focused on the priorities of this country, and that's making sure that we're keeping people safe.
The White House
With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Secretary, Mayor Fry called the claims of self-defense BS. How do you respond to that?
I say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
Secretary, can you expand too on the agent's injuries? The president said that he's lucky to be alive.
The officer was hit by the vehicle.
No, he wasn't.
He went to the hospital. A doctor did treat him. He has been released, but he's going to spend some time with his family.
Can you clarify whether these people were active shots were fired?
I can't, but the FBI will continue the investigation.
He didn't fall. He didn't limp. He did nothing.
Has the agent been relieved of his duty, or can you give us any other?
No, we're following the standard protocol procedures we do in situations like this.
He was not hit. She's a liar.
Shooting. We make sure that we get the facts and that we are getting the statements from everybody involved, and make sure that investigators are handling the decisions.
Secretary, have ICE operations paused because of what happened today?
No, we're still out on the streets doing our work to get dangerous criminals off of the streets of Minneapolis.
What started the damn White House?
Is that your conversation with the governor?
Tim and I have known each other for years. We served in Congress together. We both ran for governor the same year and have served as governor at the same times. So we were colleagues, and we discussed what happened here today. We have two very different viewpoints of it. I talked specifically about the fact that we have laws. They need to be enforced.
We enforce them at the White House.
He knows that I believe sanctuary policies have protected criminals and placed
See, right there, somebody need to say, well, why are y'all not following the laws at the White House?
And he knows we'll continue to do our work, and I encouraged him to work with us. We've never had a cooperative arrangement with law enforcement here.
Absolutely.
Whenever we've done investigations,
she drove off and he shot twice
with the window down. People to justice for the crimes that they commit. We haven't had the cooperation of the state of Minnesota or the city police here under the mayor's
I would not be surprised if she wasn't somebody that they knew who would gave their asses hell, and that was a targeted hit for real. I would not be surprised if they knew her. They're going to come back and say, oh, we have had problems with her previously. Yeah, she stage curse. Oh, you think they stage curse? Yeah, I need to be there. I promise to God I need to be there. Because my question would be, how are y'all enforcing the law? Why are y'all not enforcing the law at the White House? Yeah, why? Yeah, I want to know. Reinforce the law starting at the White House. Baby, that's what I be saying. They have to put my ass out.
talk to any of these federal law enforcement officers, they'll say that when they call for backup in a situation, that it's hit and miss. They were grateful today that the police chief and local law enforcement showed up at the scene and helped secure it to make sure that nobody was harmed and that the FBI could do their work. But I would encourage them to work with us, that we could form a partnership that would make sure that individuals have the opportunity to have a safe Minneapolis.
Do us like y'all did Charlie Kirk. To do us like you did Charlie Kirk, get mad when we don't agree and then turn around and have the military. Yeah. Come get on top of roofs and shit.
Stand behind the use of
take us
force,
down.
and will any of those use of force guidelines be altered or changed in the future?
You know, it's clearly established law that a vehicle driven by a person and used to harm someone is a deadly weapon. Deadly force is perfectly lawful when a threat is faced by a weapon. So I do believe that this officer used his training in this situation, and we'll let the FBI continue the investigation to get it resolved.
So just to be clear, the shooting happened before or after the vehicle hit the officer?
I know you keep asking that, but that doesn't mean that the FBI is going to give you an answer today. There will be an investigation. We want to make sure that it's
because she
factual.
didn't hit.
What I would ask
That's
is
why
that
you
as
don't
we go
want. That's
forward
why
from
you
here
don't want to
today,
answer. She ain't keep
that we
answer
all-
that. She asked you. She didn't ask you that but one damn time. Now you don't like how she phrased it, but we know good and damn well we saw what we saw, and that car didn't hit him. He moved out the damn way. So you don't want to get caught in the lie. Yeah, he got out the damn way. So if y'all send him to the hospital, then we know good and damn well this is staged. This is fake. Just like the man went to the moon. This is a lie. Sick of y'all lying and folk going along with that bullshit. He hit her and he went to the hospital. No, he. I don't believe it happened. I think it was fake. Now I believe all that shit fake. I need to see Charlie Kirk ass. I need to see all that shit.
Deadly weapon. Deadly force is perfectly lawful when a threat is faced by a weapon. So I do believe that this officer used his training in this situation, and we'll let the FBI continue the investigation to get it resolved.
So just to be clear, the shooting
I do
happened
believe
before or
there's a
after
lot,
the vehicle
hopefully,
hit the officer?
from
I know you keep asking that, but that doesn't mean that the FBI is going to give you an answer today. There will be an investigation. We want to make sure that it's factual. What I would ask is that as we go forward from here today,
we don't be having no fucking press conference if you don't know what you're saying. It's factual. She's doing exactly what she needs to do. Pin your ass to the shit that's coming out your mouth. If that was not an investigation, then what the fuck are you talking about? You just talking. What they say, talking outside of your neck. And you don't want her to pinpoint your ass to be come back and say, you lied. Because you know good and damn well that's what you doing.
mean that the FBI is going to give you an answer today. There will be an investigation.
Why?
We want to make sure
Then
that
you
it's
shouldn't have
factual.
said shit.
What I would ask is that as we go forward from here today,
And don't ask us to do
that
shit.
we all remember
No,
that
no.
our job is to have
No.
peaceful discussions. I'd encourage our local law
Now you
enforcement
want
and
peaceful
state law enforcement
discussions.
to work with us.
Now you want peaceful damn discussions. So you want it to be said a certain way, you want a certain tone, and you want certain questions. Yeah, because I don't want to be pent up. I don't want to have to really just lie. And I don't want you to hold me accountable to it. I want you to go along with the program and let me just lie. A little white one. Yeah. Come on, girl. Let me have a little white lie. Hey, Denise. Hey, Thornton. Hey, everybody coming in. If you're in the
Get it resolved.
in the clouds, please double tap the face of your phone. Yep, do it on her. Double tap the face of the phone right there. Stop lying. Just say that. Stop lying. Let that be your double top. Stop lying. Hush your mouth. And get the lights up for me, please. 30 minutes in, 267 people here, only 45 likes. That's not gonna work. Let's get the likes up, please. Now she won't. Hell, you won't let folk have a peaceful protest. You know good and damn well you don't want nobody to have a peaceful discussion that's gonna pinpoint your lies. That's what you want. You want it to be peaceful. You want us to be okay with your funky face lies.
Up in a situation that it's hit and miss. They were grateful today that the police chief and local law enforcement showed up at the scene and helped secure it to make sure that nobody was harmed and that the FBI could do their work. But I would encourage them to work with us, that we could form a partnership that would make sure that individuals have the opportunity to have a safe Minneapolis.
Secretary, will body
Over here.
please stand behind the use of force, and will any of those use of force guidelines be altered or changed in the future?
You know, it's clearly established law that a vehicle driven by a person and used to harm someone is a deadly weapon. Deadly force is perfectly lawful when a threat is faced by a weapon. So I do believe that this officer used his training in this situation, and we'll let the FBI continue the investigation to get it resolved.
So just to be clear, the shooting happened before or after the vehicle hit the officer?
I know you keep asking that, but that doesn't mean that the FBI is going to give you an answer today. There will be an investigation. We want to make sure that it's factual. What I would ask is that as we go forward from here today, that we all remember that our job is to have peaceful discussions. I'd encourage our local law enforcement and state law enforcement to work with us. We are going to continue to operate here in Minneapolis and in the state of Minnesota to make sure we're going after dangerous criminals. One of the key focuses that we've had here is a focus on individuals who are sexual predators and are involved in child exploitation.
Your president, start the White House.
We arrested individuals who were charged with criminal assault and sexual assault and people that exploited children. Why would you want to keep them on your streets? President Trump has promised to go after the worst of the
girl, I know good and damn well you didn't say that. Because you got them in the damn White House. Did you say why would you want them on the streets when the president is one of them? Why would you want to work with a predator? Why did you accept a job with one? Ask yourself that, little Sally Walker. Huh? Why are you working for one?
And that's exactly what we're doing in Minneapolis. By not working with us, Governor Walz and Mayor Fry are putting those criminals and prioritizing them over our children and our grandchildren.
Wow, no you didn't. And you won't release the files.
And that's simply
Ain't that a
true.
slap
He
in
said
our
that
face?
to me on the phone too, so I'll get him the documentation
Ain't that a slap in our face?
so that he knows that we would love to coordinate with him. He doesn't give us access to any information on criminals, let us know who he's detained, doesn't honor our detainers, and has individuals
had no training, and they are convicted felons too. With child PDF stuff. A lot of them. That's why they don't want nobody. That's some of the reason why. But it's just like the KKK and them guys. They was like that too. Yeah, all of them.
Yes.
Mentioned that the officer involved today was once before wrecked by a vehicle. Can you explain the difference between that instance and today? Was a firearm discharge then? If not, what was the difference?
I won't speak to that case right now, but we can get you the details and the information on that. But
there's a problem in that
he's an
city.
Experienced officer. He's been in situations like this before.
Yeah.
And he certainly has been out there and followed his training today.
Well, that's the problem.
Are you going to change the way they
You know, people need to stop using their vehicles as weapons.
Are you going to change
This domestic act of terrorism to use your vehicle to try to kill law enforcement officers is going to stop. And I'm asking the Department of Justice to prosecute it as domestic terrorism because it's clear that it's being coordinated. People are being trained and told how to use their vehicles to improve law enforcement operations.
Girl, what did you just say? What did you just say, dumbass? Yeah, let them prosecute it as domestic terrorism against your ICE agent. Who else are they gonna prosecute? Dumb Dora? Dumb Dora. Who else would they prosecute? Your agent? Okay, well, carry on. Because they can't prosecute her. They done already executed her. What are you talking about? Dumb dumb. Let me hear that dumb shit again. Let's go.
This domestic act of terrorism to use your vehicle to try to kill. You know, people need to stop using their vehicles as weapons.
Are you going to keep
This domestic act of terrorism to use your vehicle to try to kill law enforcement officers is going to stop. And I'm asking the Department of Justice to prosecute it as domestic terrorism.
To prosecute what? The officer killing a U.S. citizen? Who gonna get prosecuted? If you're not gonna prosecute him, who gonna get prosecuted? Mine is a terrible baby. Stay in school. Your sister and brother them did your work for you. Oh no, you sound dumb. You sound dumb as hell. You sound dumb. See, this is what happens when you just talking out the side of your neck. What you saying don't make sense. Who gonna get prosecuted? Dumb Dora. Let me hear this dumb shit again.
vehicle encounters? Are you going to change the way
You know, people need to stop using their vehicles as weapons.
Are you going to change
This domestic act of terrorism to use your vehicle to try to kill law enforcement officers is going to stop. And I'm asking the Department of Justice to prosecute it as domestic terrorism because it's clear that it's being coordinated.
Prosecute
People
who?
are being trained and told how to use their vehicles to impede law enforcement operations and then to run over anybody who gets in their way while they go out there and try to disrupt.
So is she still alive? Is she still alive? I mean, prosecute who? I mean, and I am so close to this phone looking at her like she is crazy. Now, I just don't believe nothing y'all do anymore. I have no faith in none of this shit. None of y'all. He looked familiar. Yeah, he looked like he's an old boy friend. Like he from Venezuela. You look dumb as hell. You look like I don't want to be a part of this shit. Soon as I have enough hours, years, I'm retiring. Please don't snap no picture of me. I don't have nothing to do with this bullshit. You look slow. You sound slow. Trying to spin a narrative and got caught.
Peace and public safety, and Americans deserve better.
National Guard?
That hasn't been a part of the discussion. I know Governor Walz mentioned some of that earlier in his press conference, but we know we've got law enforcement officers here that will continue to work, and we're hopeful that the public recognizes that the work that we do every day makes America safe again.
Can you get insight into the operation that was happening at 34th Portland?
We had law enforcement officers that were out there doing an enforcement action, and a vehicle got stuck in the snow, and so they had called for other people to come and help them get that vehicle out. Those officers were trying to free the vehicle when the harassment started, when the protesters were out there impeding their vehicles and preventing them from leaving the scene.
Was it at a particular home or business in that intersection?
I won't speak to that.
Can you speak to the crime that person maybe committed that you were going after? And you mentioned sexual crime. Okay. Will body camera footage be released?
I will let the FBI decide.
Were they on the target today when they were in that neighborhood?
Well, what you here for?
They were returning back to headquarters, I believe, to start a new operation, had just completed one.
Was it a nice?
Well, thank you. What's that?
Was it a nice vehicle today?
I was one of the vehicles that ICE officers were using, but remember, when we operate in a task force model. So we have other federal agencies that work with us, and we're very grateful for that. We have CBP officers, the FBI, DEA, ATF, all of those all work with us every day in the task force model, and we appreciate it. We'd love to have the state police, and we'd also love to have the Minneapolis police chief and his team be alongside of us while we're out there doing those enforcement operations.
With the agent there.
With that, we'll get you more information as it is revealed, but thank you and everybody. Let's work together to make sure that we can continue to help the city be safer, get more criminals off the streets, and ensure that our public has the opportunity to pursue the American dream in a city they can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Secretary Noam wrapping up, saying the investigation is still in its early stages, but reminding those that come to protest that they cannot use their vehicles as weapons, and that is exactly what she said happened and transpired earlier today and was the reason why the agent had to fire the gun there and shoot and kill.
What about the insurrectionary? Wait a minute, what?
Committee
And he
who
is-
heard from
All right, we are now seeing the governor walk in. Let's take this feed in full.
Top tier line.
Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety.
Oh yeah, I saw this. He said don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. They trying to do the insurrection. I don't want to see that if that's all he gonna talk about. He didn't agree with it, and he said don't take the bait. He trying to warn them, don't take the bait. He shot that woman to death. Hold on. Y'all, all right, get the lights up. Oh yeah, I got another one. I just saw another one. Y'all ready to get the lights up? I told you he had a big button smile. Didn't I tell y'all that? Hold on. Didn't I tell y'all he had big hips? Didn't I tell y'all he had them big old... Oh, this is so funny. You better work it. It's the hips for me. Ow, ow. Oh. Is this what he was doing for Bubba? Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me stop. Let me go. You better work. You better work. Okay, what do we got above? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me get back over here. It seems like children was there watching.
My neighbor! How do you show up?
Hey, listen, we understand. We got EMS coming, and I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor. You caught butter in the face. You killed my neighbor. How do you show up to work every day? How the do you do this every day? You're killing my neighbors. You're stealing my neighbors. What the man?
Emily Heller is out front now, who you heard there and filmed that in that horrifically traumatic moment. So Emily, I know you live there. This is your street. This is your home. And you're inside your house. You hear all of this commotion. Everything happen.
We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they?
Hey, Listen, we understand. We got EMS coming. I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor. We've caught butter in the face. You killed my neighbor. How do you show up to work every day? How do you do this every day? You're killing my neighbors. You're stealing my neighbors. What the man?
Emily Heller is out front now, who you heard there and filmed that in that horrifically traumatic moment. So Emily, I know you live there. This is your street. This is your home. And you're inside your house. You hear all of this commotion. Everything is starting to happen. Okay, can you tell me what happened then? You hear everything. You come
Hey,
outside.
Marge. Hey, Jenna. Natural Nolans, Denise. Hey, guys.
I hadn't even gotten dressed. I was making breakfast. I went out. I heard the commotion. I heard whistles, which is a common sign of ice is nearby. And I went out onto my front porch. I didn't even have shoes on. And within 60 seconds, everything had already gone down. But there was an ICE convoy that seemed to be stuck, and then there was a protester who was.
Oh, so that happened after.
Traffic,
that happened after the stuck. It being stuck happened after.
See what happened then? You hear everything. You come outside, and then what?
I hadn't even gotten dressed. I was making breakfast. I went out. I heard the commotion. I heard what
horrifically traumatic moment.
Y'all, I need for y'all to double tap the face on, if you're listening in on your phone device, double tap the phone. Just like that. Come on. If you're listening in on your phone, voting is not double tapping. You got to double tap on the face of your phone. Okay? If you're on your computer or tablet, there are 3 dots at the top right corner. Hit those 3 dots. And hit the like button for me. If you see the thumb up, you can hit that too. But I need for y'all to hear it and get the likes up so we can hear this lady, Renee's neighbor. This is crazy as hell. They have been since Trump gave that declaration saying we don't want y'all here in the United States. There has been a target on Minnesota. Double tap, y'all. Come on. The quicker y'all double tap or hit the thumbs up or the 3 dots at the top, the quicker we can continue to go forward. I got a full show tonight. Double tap. Come on.
So Emily, I know you live there. This is your street. This is your home. And you're inside your house, you hear all of this commotion, everything is starting to happen. Okay, can you tell me what happened then? You hear everything, you come outside, and then what?
I hadn't even gotten dressed. I was making breakfast. I went out. I heard the commotion. I heard whistles, which is a common sign of ice is nearby. And I went out onto my front porch. I didn't even have shoes on, and within 60 seconds, everything had already gone down. But there was an ICE convoy.
It had already went down.
That seemed to be stuck, and then there was a protester who was blocking traffic, so they couldn't progress. And she was totally peaceful, and ICE, it seemed, completely unorganized. They didn't really know what they were doing. They were screaming at her to move, and then ICE, it seemed, completely unorganized. They didn't really know what they were to be stuck. And then there was a protester who was blocking traffic, so they couldn't progress.
So it was the other lady. It was the other lady that the man was talking to. Had to be. If it wasn't her, that lady was outside of her car. The other lady that the shooter was talking to. And she let the young lady who lost her life let that car pass. We saw that. Let's go.
Traffic, so they couldn't progress. She was. There was a protester who was blocking traffic, so they couldn't progress. And she was totally peaceful.
Right there.
And ICE, it seemed completely unorganized. They didn't really know what they were doing. They were screaming at her to move, move, move. And then they approached her vehicle aggressively and tried to open her door. And then that's when she got spooked and she reversed her vehicle.
Because that man was over here talking to this lady.
To try to escape. And that's when an ICE agent stepped in front of her vehicle and said, stop. And then, I mean, she was already moving. And then point blank shot her through her windshield in the face.
I can't imagine what it was to see that, Emily.
Wow.
The way that you are laying this out, though, I just want to repeat and make sure that I'm clear, and please correct me if I say it wrong. You're saying that what you saw was disorganized.
That man wasn't injured. Go to the hospital for what?
I can't imagine what it was to see that, Emily.
The first person is the neighbor
that you are laying this out,
that the guy was talking to. She's running, and that's him right there.
If I say anything wrong, you're saying that what you saw was disorganized ICE, but then when they tried to get her to stop, she got spooked. She reversed her car to turn her wheels to get away. And that was when the officer stepped in front.
They were telling her to leave. They were telling her to move, and then all of a sudden they were seemed like they were trying to
pull her out,
to get her. So
I got
they were telling her to move, and then
I got that.
They were saying they were trying to get her out of the car. So it was like she was trying to move. They were telling her to move.
I got that. 1 minute they were saying move, then he yanking her out of her car. Hold on.
To get her.
Yeah, I got that. I felt that. Let me make sure they highlight this. Hold on.
So they were telling her to move, and then in a split second they were saying they were trying to get her out of the car.
He was out the way.
How did he hit her? He didn't hit her. They were trying to hit her in her car. She was, of course, she wanted to leave at that point. They were extremely aggressive. So it was like she was trying to move. Once they were telling her to leave. They were telling her to move, and then all of a sudden they were seemed like they were trying to get her. So they were telling her to move, and then in a split second they were saying they were trying to get her out of the car. So it was like she was trying to move. Once they were trying to get in her car, she was of course she wanted to leave at that point. They were extremely aggressive.
She would have been scared, obviously. President Trump, as you know, posted a video saying that it's lucky the ICE agent was alive, and I just want to be clear, the ICE agent is walking afterwards, and we know that from anything that he had in the hospital, he's fine and he's out. But President Trump posted...
stood there.
Go ahead.
He what, baby girl? Oh my God, this is horrible. This is horrible.
He's out. But President Trump posted...
stood there.
Go ahead. Tell me what you're going to say about what he did afterwards.
Oh, he just stood there. The other ICE agents surrounded him. He was obviously spooked too. I mean, they seem like children. They seem like untrained people. And so that agent was obviously spooked because he had just killed someone, and it was very obvious to everyone who had witnessed it all that she would not make it. And so they kind of gathered around him, and then there was a gold SUV that came, and they put him in it and got him out of there because everyone knew he had murdered someone. Had witnessed it all that she would not make it. And so that agent was obviously spooked because he had just killed someone, and it was very obvious to everyone who...
What you putting your mask up for now? What you put? No, then girl. Pull that bad baby back down. We want to see you. What you hiding for now? No. Yeah, I want to see you. Show your face. What that dude from Fort Worth tell that girl? Show your face. Show your face. Show your face. Yeah, you was bold enough to do that shit. Show your face. Yeah. No, sir. Show your face. Where? Go back. Show the fuck you hiding for. With your perfectly arched eyebrows. Show your face. Yeah, you know I want to call you. Yeah, hiding for talking all that shit, shooting folk in their face, and you want to hide
It was
yours.
very obvious to everyone who had witnessed it all that she would not make it.
Twitching
and so they
like
kind of
a
gathered
bee.
around him, and then they got there was a gold SUV that came, and they put him in it and got him out of there because everyone knew he had murdered someone.
So President Trump says the woman was disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer who seems to have shot her in self-defense. He shared a video of the incident from a different angle. What's your response to that version of events?
I mean, that's the only reason why I'm here. I don't think I'm the most articulate person. I don't think that I don't want to be here, but I knew that this would be. I don't want to be here, but I knew why I'm here. I don't think I'm the most articulate person.
What's your response to that version of events?
I mean, that's the only reason why I'm here. I don't think I'm the most articulate person. I don't think that I don't want to be here, but I knew that.
Yeah, what did he go to the hospital for?
Self-defense, and that's absolutely.
What did he go to the hospital for? He twitched up like a
biatch. That's the only reason why I'm here. I don't think I'm the most articulate person. I don't think that I don't want to be here, but
they're just lying.
What's your response to that version of events?
I mean, that's the only reason why I'm here. I don't think I'm the most articulate person. I don't think that I don't want to be here, but I knew that this would be twisted and it would be self-defense, and that's absolutely not what happened. But it's just my life is forever changed from having witnessed this, and I just
he never fell to the ground.
This narrative, it was self-defense, go any further, because it's absolutely not what it was. And yeah, my neighborhood, my neighbors, we're all going to be pretty traumatized from this for a long time.
When
that lady had
in
10
that video that you shared with us that I just played,
kids.
34 seconds, you know, you're obviously incredibly distraught, and there's a doctor next to you or near you. We can, you know, hear him saying, I'm a physician, I can help, and they say, no, we have our own medics. But the doctor is there offering to administer CPR, standing right there. Mm-hmm. I don't want you to have to relive what you were looking at when the horror of her death, but how did agents respond to him? Was there a speed and a desperation in trying to get any sort of assistance to her? Because it didn't sound like that from what you gave us.
Yeah, they wouldn't let him near, and they said they had their own medics that were on their way, which it was, I mean, I don't know, it was at least 15 minutes before the ambulance arrived, and then the ambulance couldn't even get through because the ICE agents had all abandoned their vehicles in the road, so the ambulance couldn't get through. So they parked at the end of the block, and about 5 paramedics came in and examined her for, I didn't see this, but they were with her for a few minutes, and then they carried her limp body away by her limbs. Not even on, but
so they didn't bring a stretcher or nothing.
Ambulance arrived, and then the ambulance couldn't even get through because the ICE agents had all abandoned their vehicles in the road, so the ambulance couldn't get through. So they parked at the end of the block, and about 5 paramedics came in and examined her for, I didn't see this, but they were with her for a few minutes, and then they carried her limp body away by her limbs. Not even on a stretcher.
Not even
just
on a
carried her
stretcher.
down to the end of the block where they could get a stretcher because
Trump said
they couldn't get through with their ambulance.
We don't want you here, so
Julie,
taking them out will be right up his alley.
I know it has to be incredibly difficult, and I think everyone understands why you're choosing to do it, to make sure people understand exactly what it is that you saw and documented, and I appreciate your being willing to do it.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, we gotta have friends and neighbors like this. Even when we don't want to do it, you do the right thing. Even when we don't want to do it. Because we know they're going to lie. Bless her heart. It's the only reason why she's there, because she know they're going to lie.
Ambulance.
Emily, I appreciate your talking about this. I know it has to be incredibly difficult, and I think everyone understands why you're choosing to do it, to make sure people understand exactly what it is that you saw and documented, and I appreciate your being willing to do it.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, Joey, you heard what Emily had to say, and you know, she said, I don't want to be here, but I'm here because I want everyone to know what I saw. And she's very clear about what she saw.
Listen, it's got to be a very traumatic experience. What I'm concerned about, though, is the nature of the investigation. Let's be clear that there are going to be, of course, local officials investigating this, Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, in addition to the federal government. In the event that there's anything federal here, of course, then Trump would have the power to pardon. We're not there yet. There's not been a prosecution. There's not been an indictment. There's not been a criminal charge levied. However, in the event that it goes that way, I think it's very important that the community gets a sense of fairness, a sense of justice. And in the event that it is federal, of course,
make a state.
According to Trump and what he put out already, he's judged that there's nothing to see here. And so if the locals get it, what will they do? Will they move forward? And if they move forward, what will that look like? Would it look like a, actual prosecution? And what would be the prosecution here? Criminal negligence, intent? We'll see.
Gil, I'm curious, Emily was talking about, there's that physician. And I understand that in the moment like this, right, there's the most important thing about this country is a country of rules and laws. And if they're not upheld in one horrific part of something, doesn't mean that they should also be dropped in another. In that context, even with that said, though, when the physician says, I can help, and he's right there, and maybe at that point it appears to everybody.
Wow. Wow. Okay, ex-FBI. Let's go.
Simple. I only pay
Let's
$10
go.
a month.
Y'all listen, 254 in here. Please double tap the face of your screen. Get the likes up, please.
We saw a car with an airbag exploded with blood splattered all over it. So then, in the following hours, we learned from DHS and from Mayor Fry that a 37-year-old woman now. We saw a car with an airbag exploded with blood splattered all over it. So then, in the following hours, we learned from DHS.
It was damn near premeditated to me.
A 37-year-old woman, now identified as Renee Good, was shot and killed. We also saw DHS, ICE officers, Border Patrol officers leaving the scene and getting into heated confrontations with protesters. Tear gas to fill the air. We saw many protesters down on the ground in the snow crying after being protesters. Tear gas to fill the air. We saw many protesters down on the ground in the snow
fighting for their neighbor
with protesters. Tear gas to fill the air. We saw many protesters down on the ground in the snow crying after being tear gas. Then we saw a division. We saw protesters who were angry, where tensions were high, following the law enforcement officers around town. And we also saw the community band together here, laying flowers in a vigil.
They was, they was following ICE.
Tensions were high, following the law enforcement officers around town. Tensions were high, following the law enforcement officers around town. Also saw the community band together here, laying flowers in a vigil, praying.
They do need to be stopped.
Singing choir songs as this community bands together in this moment. It's important to note, guys, that we are about 0.4 miles, less than half a mile from where George Floyd was killed just a few years ago. And of course, those emotions are still raw. The emotions here are so raw ever since this immigration crackdown started about a month ago. And what we've seen in the most recent hours is a huge gathering of the Minneapolis-St. Paul community. Thousands of people. I want to show you what is going on in there, but I can't because there are so many people that our coverage, our satellite coverage, would die out because of how many cell phones are in this area. So it's obviously still a developing story. You have DHS and Kristi Noem telling one side. You have Mayor Fry and Governor Walz basically denying their assertion that this is an act of self-defense and calling it a garbage narrative, a BS narrative, as as you just heard. So we still have so much to learn. But what we definitely do know is that 37-year-old Renee Good is now dead and was shot and killed by a federal immigration agent.
And Alex, I know that you are not able to show us the images of where you are now, but we do have them for our viewers at home. You can see just the sheer number of people showing up and showing out in Minneapolis. MS Now's Alex Tabbitt in Minneapolis for us. Thank you and be safe. Let's bring in Andrea Flores, former DHS and White House official, founder of America's Promise, and MS Now national security and intelligence analyst, Rob D'Amico. He is a former FBI supervisor.
Rob, we've now, and we played the video in the open for our audience, a very jarring video, and I know folks have seen it on social media today, if they've been on social media, and other news organizations have also played the video. The video, again, we don't know what transpired prior to the video. I am wondering if the agents, I don't know if they were actually ICE agents, but they were federal agents, if the agents had body-worn cameras on. And if they did, were those cameras on, and is DHS willing to release that video to the public? Because the secretary is making claims of domestic terrorism. But I want to bring your attention to some witness reaction. This is someone, a lay person who was just in the neighborhood, but he says, from what he saw, this is not how to do it. Take a listen.
So your liver produces glucose, which your body uses for energy. When I learned that, everything made sense. So I take dose for your liver to support mine daily. So my days are nonstop with filming, cooking, and family life. And by mid-afternoon, I would crash hard. I always assumed my energy is only about caffeine or sleep. But I learned that your liver plays a big role in steady energy. So your liver produces glucose, which your body...
Around 8:30 this morning, I was just getting up and I heard a bunch of commotion and whistling.
Oh, this is not how to do it. Take a listen. Because the secretary is making claims of domestic terrorism. But I want to bring your attention to some witness reaction. This is someone, a lay person who was just in the neighborhood, but he says, from what he saw, this is not how to do it. Take a listen.
Around 8:30 this morning, I was just getting up and I heard a bunch of commotion and whistling outside, and then I heard bang, 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 3 shots. I'm pretty right-leaning, but seeing this is not what you need to do. It's not how to do it. It's not how we're supposed to do things around here in America.
Wow.
Yeah, I just, in looking at the video, and there's a few of them out there, there's a few angles, and each angle looks a bit different. The one that we saw was the video you showed. I took it and I put it in slow motion, or someone put it in slow motion. And when you look at it, blocking the road, and then an ICE officer goes to approach to get in, says, that he wants to detain her for blocking the road. At that point, she starts to pull forward. ICE agent on the side is still trying to get in the vehicle. And then an agent from the vehicle, like it looks like the one that was parked in the front, has come around the front. He's the one who ends up shooting. And when you slow it down, he's actually not directly in front of the vehicle. He's actually kind of off to the side, quarter panel. And then the second shot, he's absolutely at the side with his arm extended out. And there's no... you don't see any bullet hole on the glass back because her window was rolled down. That's where you see the ICE officer in. Personally, and you have to be careful when you're second guessing law enforcement when they're doing things. But I have been in front of a vehicle that was trying to get away at one point, and I got in front of it, and my supervisor grabbed me after and said, "Look, don't put yourself in a situation where you have to use deadly force where it wasn't really needed to begin with." It was a lesson learned. Like, unless you're blocking a vehicle with a car, do not get in front of a vehicle. But even at that, when you're looking at it, the second shot, I think, was well out of what I would consider use of deadly force. Totally to the side, his arms extended, and he fires that second shot. And I think that's what the investigation is going to have to look at. Which bullet that he shot, which one was the fatal one? Because if the first one missed and he took the second one and he's clear of the vehicle and there's no other agent in the front, I think it's hard to justify deadly force at that point. And I don't think, it's going to be hard to get intent, but it really looked like she was just trying to get away from him. And in the FBI, we had different rules for a fleeing felon. Like there was different rules of engagement. Unless that person had, like in my own mind, if that person had just murdered someone, was trying to get away, I would probably then say, I think deadly force was justified. It was a violent act that you knew happened, that you saw, and that you were trying to then, public safety, if they ever got away, that they could do it again. So I think the statements, though, now that have been made, especially with Secretary Noem, she talked about them about digging out of the snow. If you look at the video, the road's clear. So obviously she's saying things that aren't even like accurate at all, and just the circumstances there. And I think it makes them look bad. You just want to say, look, we're looking into this. We're going to do an investigation. We're going to get to the bottom of it. But the fact that she's already cleared that person, it takes weeks, if not months, to get cleared in an FBI investigation for shooters, for doing that. And the FBI has allowed FBI agents to actually stand in state and local courts to get tried. Or a friend of mine, he was found innocent, but because of everything that was happening, they actually allowed him to be tried in a state court, and it came out the truth. And I think that gave it more credibility than if they just bring this up to the federal courts and dismiss it.
There was a lot there that was so important, Andrea, that Rob just touched on. And I watched this today many times, and a number of things have struck me, both my mind and heart at the same time. And Rob touched on a few of them. One, he was talking about his real life experience when he put himself in front of a car and his supervisor said, no, that's not how you do it. That speaks to training. That speaks to supervision. Rules of engagement. We've heard on our air throughout the day, professionals, law enforcement professionals say this is not how you engage someone in a public space in a moment like that. All of this speaks to a very severe lack of training. Men who have masks on their face, who have their names and badges covered up, acting with impunity at the direction of the Secretary of Homeland Security, the President of the United States. You have been in this space, you know it well. The definition, I want to play real quick, because this is the gaslighting part of all of this that I think Americans need to understand. This is what Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem had to say about this event.
So these spots right here are from sun damage over the years. Just a couple of drops, and then I gently massage it in circular motions. It feels so hydrating and leaves my skin looking amazing.
Still covering dark spots with makeup? What if you could actually fade them? This is the Glow 7 Turmeric Dark Spot Corrector Serum, designed to target stubborn dark spots naturally. Powered by turmeric, this lightweight serum helps reduce dark spots, even skin tone, and boost your natural glow without harsh chemicals. Gentle, effective, and suitable for all skin types, even sensitive skin. Just a few drops day and night, and watch your skin look clearer, brighter, and more confident. Stop hiding your skin. Start glowing. Shop now and enjoy 15% off on your first order. Limited time only.
What is it?
We've seen over 100 of these vehicle
professionals, law enforcement professionals say this is not how you engage someone in a public space in a moment like that. All of this speaks to a very severe lack of training. Men who have masks on their face, who have their names and badges covered up, acting with impunity at the direction of the Secretary of Homeland Security, the President of the United States. You have been in this space, you know it well. The definition, I want to play real quick, because this is the gaslighting part of all of this that I think Americans need to understand. This is what Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem had to say about this event.
We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June.
You will later go on and describe this as an act of domestic terrorism. How do you respond to this?
So, first of all, a U.S. citizen was murdered today, and we don't know the facts. And we don't know the facts because the Department of Homeland Security and the government is jumping to the most extreme accusation that this woman was a domestic terrorist. We don't know if she was protesting. We don't know if she was simply trying to move out of the area. I do not know what type of officers were on the ground. I do not know whether she could see their badge or what she knew of them. What I do see as a former DHS official is heavily armed men in a neighborhood. When I looked at their weapons, when I saw the sort of theater of what they were bringing into this community, you could just see the fear. And I believe that everyone who was there was probably deeply traumatized by this incident, by this loss of life. But as a former DHS official, ICE does have a mission. It is supposed to keep Americans safe. But what I am seeing from these operations, there is an announcement, a political announcement that they were going into Minneapolis. They tweeted, good morning, Minneapolis. And that is targeting a city for no purpose other than to do a show of force. And when you do a show of force and you have too many officers in one area without a specific target, you're going to have chaos and you're going to have loss of life. This is the thing I have feared all year, is that people, bystanders, innocent people, are just trying to navigate and get out of the space of this theater. And so this is not how law enforcement is done. And I hear Secretary Noem, if she is worried about ICE officers' safety, she will rein this in. She will go back to how you normally do law enforcement.
They say she's need to be brought up on impeachment as well.
I'm paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
ICE is the domestic terrorist. I agree.
You know what else has no interest? Me.
You can pay.
This is absolutely crazy. Absolutely. Y'all, please support the platform. Please hit the like button, super chat, super sticker, Cash App. Support the platform. Thank you. Okay, that one. We saw that one. Don't take the bait. Let's talk about, did I get another video? Hold on. Let's talk about Putin. No. Bibi Netanyahu. Let's talk about his judge that was presiding over his case that Trump keeps asking for a pardon for. How about he came up dead? Huh? How that happen? What's going on? Did I even pull that up? Hold on. Bibi Netanyahu, man, if they ain't doing some tricky shit. If they ain't doing some tricky. I don't know. I don't know this lady. I've never. Hold on. Y'all get the likes up. Benjamin Netanyahu, judge, is not alive. What's going on? I'm trying to make sure I get the song. Corruption trial killed. Why they say he lured Netanyahu, lured Trump into war with Iran? Oh yeah. I want to talk about the judge. And then we're going to talk about y'all remember when they was going to Israel? They was having that peace deal, peace treaty, whatever that and those guys that was coming over from Qatar, Egypt, and there was a wreck, and it was guys who didn't agree, right? It was a whole wreck. Let me see if this one gonna talk.
A judge overseeing Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption case is dead.
Netanya.
Israel says it was a traffic accident.
Baby Netanya. I like that. Sly, hey. Ice. You hear that? BB Netanya. I like that better than not gonna sue me. ICE are not law enforcement. They're more like bounty hunters. Yeah, more like the K and the KKK. Yeah, absolutely. Y'all remember those three guys that was coming to the summit, to that peace treaty, and they got killed. Somebody ran them over, and they never talked about it again. Y'all remember that? That's who it is. Come on, play.
A judge overseeing Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption case is dead. Israel says it was a traffic accident. A car emerging from nowhere. A fatal crash on the highway. But the timing is explosive. The maneuver unusual. The silence loud. Was this just tragedy? Or something Israel isn't...
Look at this. I don't know if I can show this. I don't know if I can show this. I can't. Because if this is all that's left, then no. Let's see. If this is all that's left, then I'm not sure I can show it. Is that a motorcycle helmet? Was he on a motorcycle? I hope y'all got that. Go.
Overseeing Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption case.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Israel says it was a traffic accident. A car emerging from nowhere. A fatal crash on a highway.
From nowhere.
But the timing is explosive. The maneuver unusual. The silence loud. Was this just tragedy? Or something Israel isn't ready to confront yet?
Netanyahu. Suspicious.
What appears, on paper, to be a traffic accident is already fueling darker speculation inside Israel's legal and political circles. A senior Israeli judge tied to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption case died on January 4th when a vehicle...
Boy, I like how he said Netanyahu.
Israel's legal and political circles. A senior Israeli judge tied to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption case died on January 4th when a vehicle drove off-road, entered a major highway, and slammed into his motorcycle. According to the Israel police, Benny Sagi died at the scene after the collision on Route 6 in southern Israel. Police say Sagi was riding his motorcycle when a car suddenly joined the highway near Kibbutz Kfar Menachem, east of Ashdod. Emergency responders described the scene as shocking. medics said the judge suffered fatal injuries and showed no signs of life upon arrival. But it is the manner of the crash that has triggered questions. Investigators say the vehicle was not travelling on the road. It entered the highway from off-road terrain. An unusual and unexplained
You like
maneuver
they're not
now
gonna
under
sue you?
full investigation.
Sue you.
Traffic accident units from Kiryat Maliki are
Netanyahu,
examining
what
whether
did he
negligence,
say?
mechanical failure, or other factors were
Netanyahu.
involved. Officially, there is no suggestion of foul play. Unofficially, the timing has raised eyebrows. Sagi was a prominent judicial figure, appointed acting president of the Beersheba District Court in June 2024 and made permanent president in April last year. His court has handled cases connected to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption trial, placing him within one of Israel's most politically charged legal battles. As tributes poured in, the language underscored his stature and, for some, the magnitude of the loss. President Isaac Herzog said he was shocked and pained, calling Sagi a brilliant, sharp-minded jurist.
You can look at that picture right there and tell he not buying it. He's saying, oh my God. Oh my God. They killed the judge. Oh my God. And he's saying, we told him to throw the case. He didn't listen. We handled it our own way. He's saying, oh my God. Oh, my hair just fell out at the top. I looked in the mirror and it was gone. Oh my God. What am I going to do? Her just left. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Y'all can tell he nervous. He nervous. Netanyahu, what you gonna do? Why is not? And then you got folk over here and
shocked and pained, calling Sagi a brilliant and sharp-minded jurist.
Sagi was a brilliant and sharp-minded jurist, a tremendous judge who combined immense professional knowledge with exceptional integrity. I was constantly impressed from afar by the rare blend he embodied. A judge of stature and authority with a moving personal story, who was known as a man of values, humble and kind-hearted, who always saw the person standing before him and strove for peace and mediation.
Meanwhile, Israeli Knesset Speaker Amir Ohana added context from years past, saying,
I came to know Sagi when I interned at the Central District Attorney's Office about 20 years ago, when he was a prosecutor. He was a straightforward and honest man, highly knowledgeable in criminal law, with a rare ability to find paths of compromise and agreement.
Police insist the investigation is ongoing. No conclusions have been reached. But in a country where law, politics, and power collide daily, some are already asking quietly whether this was merely a tragic accident or something far less random.
War criminal.
For now, Israel is left with questions.
That's Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal.
Whose findings may determine whether this story ends as a crash or becomes something much more.
They're sending signals. They're sending warnings. They're sending warnings. You understand? They are sending warnings. This is intimidation. Intimidation. You gonna do what I say? Yeah. Are we gonna? Oh, my battery low. Are we going to remove you? Oh Lord, where my charger? Hold on, y'all. I'm looking for my charger. Yeah, he didn't want to play ball, cricket ball. Oh, there you go. Yeah, he didn't want to play cricket ball. Or he didn't take bribes. Yep. Just like in Minnesota. They've been in the news too much. I guess when they did their investigation, because that lady had already said that they had investigated it before and went through them daycares and shit, and there were kids still there. So that didn't work with that. Now they had a PPS fraud, but that's been on for a couple of years. Yeah. So then they created another scene, but he had already said, we want him, we want y'all out of here, killing the judge. I'm gonna see what he's
in several cases. A senior Israeli judge said to be involved in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption case was killed after a vehicle driving off a road.
What happened to the guy?
On a major highway and then plowed into his motorcycle. The Judge Benny Sagi, the president of the District Court, died at the scene following the collision on Route 6 in southern Israel on Sunday.
And today Tuesday.
Launched into the circumstances of this crash.
What happened to the guy?
According to the Israeli Emergency Medical Service, Magen David Adom, the medics and the paramedics who arrived at the site found Sagi with multiple injuries and no signs of life. The paramedics have described the incident as shocking, and he was pronounced dead at the scene. Over the past year and a half, Sagi had served as president of the Beersheba District Court, having arrived from Tel Aviv District Court. His funeral took place on Monday. The President Isaac Herzog has said that he was shocked and pained by the loss, praising Sagi as a brilliant jurist known for his integrity and professionalism. The Supreme Court President Isaac Ahmed said that the judiciary was dismayed by the tragedy, describing Sagi as a man with a huge heart who was deeply respected by colleagues. Now, Sagi was presiding over the Netanyahu.
Why are we not hearing about the person who hit him? What about him?
Pained by the loss, praising Sagi as a brilliant jurist known for his integrity and professionalism. The Supreme Court President Isaac Ahmed said that the judiciary was dismayed by the tragedy, describing Sagi as a man with a huge heart who was deeply respected by colleagues. Now, Sagi was presiding over the Netanyahu corruption case. In December last year, Netanyahu took the stand for the first time since asking the president for a pardon in his long-running corruption trial. Netanyahu was indicted in 2019 on charges of bribery, fraud and breach of trust, all of which Netanyahu has denied. The trial began in 2020 and involves 3 criminal cases, and Netanyahu's lawyers have requested for a pardon from President Isaac Herzog, arguing that frequent court hearings impact his ability to govern and that a pardon will serve the national interest. They've also maintained that the president has the authority to grant it on the grounds of public interest.
And y'all know everything with Trump and the cabinets and all of that is pro-Israel, pro-big. They BB Netanyahu. He probably got out the car and walked off like a gangster. But they're not even mentioning him. Mission accomplished. So, yeah, I'm finna go on, and now we're gonna talk about more trouble that Trump is getting the U.S. into. I'm just like, Lord have mercy. What is happening? How many wars is this fucker gonna start? Now we snuggling.
Now look, there are moments in American foreign policy that don't make big.
Bubba? I mean, we gotta listen to Bubba too. I had said the other day I wanted to hear from Clinton, and so we listened to him the other day. We just can't ask him nothing about Trump, you know. Yeah, we gotta just listen. We can't ask him nothing. You know, how many times did you let Trump, the dump, you know, play with your pickle? No questions. He said, just listen about the more trouble that this fool is getting us into. Y'all want to hit the like button now? Y'all want to go on double tap? Oh, y'all know when I take too long. When it's been sitting too long, it's going to make me go out and come back in. He said, I want to have a grand entry, Auntie P. Don't just handle me any kind of way, because I let him suck Bill Pickle.
Now look, there are moments in American foreign policy that don't make big headlines right away, but they tell you something important about how we're choosing to use power in the world. And I want to talk to you today about one of those moments, something that happened just this morning in the North Atlantic Ocean.
You know, y'all kill me. He already telling us that ain't nobody going and discuss this because, you know. So that means we some of the first that's listening to it. Now double tap the face of your screen and get the likes up. Why I gotta go through this with y'all? Y'all want me to handle y'all rough, nice, and slow. Cause we're rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Yeah, I don't want to be nice and slow. I want y'all to double tap the face of your screen. Hey, soulful meaning. Nuh-uh, soulful mean. Y'all, come on, double tap the face of your screen or hit those 3 dots at the top right corner and get the likes up. We got to talk to Bubba. Bubba got to talk to us. What you say? Keep us ahead of, baby. We gotta be ahead of the game. So when they come back telling us stuff, we already know. So you can't miss days with Auntie Fee. Hey, Miss Tom. Just did. Thank you. Can't miss days, baby, because y'all come back days later and be telling me, oh, Auntie Fee, did you hear? They smuggled Russia. Child, we talked about that a couple days ago. You not catching up? You to watch the replay? Come on, hit the 3 dots at the top right. Let's go. Here, Bubba. Come on, Bubba.
Now look, there are moments in American foreign policy that don't make big headlines right away, but they tell you something important about how we're choosing to use power in the world. And I want to talk to you today about one of those moments, something that happened just this morning in the North Atlantic Ocean that most people are going to miss, but that carries real consequences for our country and for the international system we've spent decades trying to build.
Sparkling.
Early this morning, the United States Coast Guard seized a Russian-flagged oil tanker called the Marinera. You might also hear it.
So now we smuggling oil from Russia. What the f is going on, y'all?
United States Coast Guard seized a Russian-flagged oil tanker called the Marinera. You might also hear it called by its old name, the Bellowin, somewhere between Iceland and Scotland. Now, on the surface, this looks like straightforward sanctions enforcement. The vessel was carrying Venezuelan oil, violating American sanctions, and we tracked it across the Atlantic for weeks before boarding it. The administration says this is about cracking down on oil smugglers on the shadow fleets that Russia, Venezuela, and Iran use to evade international pressure. And we'll come back to all of that, the legal questions, the shadow fleet operations, what this means for our relationship with Russia. But here's what caught my attention and why I think this matters more than people realize. Russia has already condemned this seizure as a violation of international maritime law. Their transport ministry is citing the 1,982. Russia has already condemned this seizure as a violation of international maritime law. Their transport ministry is citing the 1,982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, saying no state has the right to use force against properly registered vessels. Some Russian lawmakers are calling it piracy. Now that might sound like typical Russian propaganda, and Lord knows they violated enough international law themselves in Ukraine. But here's the thing, when America acts in the world, we've got to ask ourselves not just whether we have the power to do something, but whether we have the legitimacy, whether we're building coalitions or going it alone, and whether we're strengthening the rules-based international order or weakening it. Because how we answer those questions will determine what kind of world we're creating. Let me tell you something about how sanctions actually work. Because this shadow fleet business, it's more important than most people understand. And it goes to the heart of how we try to influence bad actors without going to war. When I was president, we used economic sanctions as a tool. We sanctioned countries and individuals who threatened our interests, who violated human rights, who destabilized regions. But here's the key. Sanctions only work when they're enforced consistently, when you've got international buy-in, and when there's a clear legal framework that other nations respect. Otherwise, you're just shouting into the wind. Now, what we're dealing with here is what they call a ghost fleet or shadow fleet, and it's basically a maritime shell game. These are all tankers that operate in the shadows of the international shipping system. They turn off their tracking transponders, they change their names every few months, they re-register under different flags, sometimes Liberia, sometimes Panama, now apparently Russia. They exist for one purpose: to move oil for sanctioned countries like Venezuela, Iran, and Russia without getting caught. The Bella one, that's what this vessel used to be called, was sanctioned by the United States back in 2024. And not for small potatoes either. American intelligence said this ship was carrying black market Iranian oil on behalf of some pretty bad actors. The Quds Force, Hezbollah, the Houthis. We're talking about a vessel with documented ties to organizations that destabilize the Middle East and threaten American allies. So what happened? The ship got a new paint job, a new name Marinera, and got freshly registered under the Russian flag. Suddenly it's back in business, moving Venezuelan oil across the Atlantic, protected by Russian naval assets. That's the game. That's how these operations work. Now here's where it gets complicated from a policy standpoint. Yes, we need to enforce sanctions. Yes, these shadow fleets undermine legitimate economic pressure. But the question isn't whether we should stop them. It's how we stop them in a way that's legal, that's coordinated with allies, and that doesn't create bigger problems down the road. Because we got to remember, when we act unilaterally, when we seize vessels without clear international backing, we set precedents that other countries can use against us. All right. Let me walk you through exactly what happened here, because the facts matter and there are some details that raise important questions about how this operation went down. The United States Coast Guard Cutter Monroe, that's one of our largest and most capable cutters, intercepted and boarded the Marinera in international waters between Iceland and Scotland earlier today, January 7th, 2026. According to the U.S. European Command, they seized the vessel for violations of American sanctions on Venezuelan oil. Now, this wasn't a surprise operation. Our forces had been tracking this tanker across the Atlantic Ocean for weeks, watching its movements, waiting for the right moment. And here's where it gets interesting. Russia knew we were coming. Just yesterday, the Wall Street Journal reported that Russia had dispatched a submarine and other naval assets to escort this very tanker. Think about that for a moment. Russian submarines in the Atlantic shadowing a sanctioned oil vessel, clearly anticipating that we might try to seize it. And we did it anyway with British support. The United Kingdom provided assistance for this operation, which is significant because it shows at least some Allied coordination. But the Marinera wasn't the only target. The Trump administration also seized a second oil tanker in related operations, part of what they're calling a broader effort to choke off Venezuelan oil exports and pressure the Maduro regime. Now, here's where the diplomatic situation gets tense. there are Russian crew members aboard the Marinera. Russia's foreign ministry has already demanded their immediate return and is insisting on what they call humane treatment of these nationals. Russia's transport ministry released a statement condemning the seizure, and I'm going to quote this because it's important. In accordance with the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, no state has the right to use force against vessels that are properly registered under the flag of a state. Some Russian lawmakers went further, calling this operation outright piracy. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is Russia we're talking about, the same country that invaded Ukraine in violation of every principle of international law. The hypocrisy is pretty rich, but here's what concerns me. They're making a legal argument that has some international standing, and we need to have a clear answer to it. Now, here's where I want to be careful, because I think enforcing sanctions against regimes like Venezuela, Russia, and Iran is legitimate. When dictators use oil revenues to oppress their people, to fund terrorist organizations, to undermine democratic neighbors, we have a responsibility to use economic tools to push back. I did it. Every president does it, and sometimes that means taking bold action. But we've got to remember that how we do things matters as much as what we do. And when I look at this operation, I've got some serious questions about the decision-making process here. First question, what's our legal basis under international maritime law for seizing a Russian flag vessel in international waters? Now, we've got domestic legal authority through our sanctions regime, no question about that. But the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, which Russia is citing, establishes rules about when you can board and seize vessels flying another nation's flag. Did we consult with international legal experts? Did we build a case that would stand up in international courts? Because if we're just relying on American law applied extraterritorially, that's a harder sell to the rest of the world. Second question, beyond Britain, where's the international coalition? When I dealt with Iraq in the 1,990 seconds, when we enforced no-fly zones and sanctions, we worked through the United Nations, we built consensus, we made sure other nations understood and supported what we were doing. I don't see that here. I see a unilateral American action with one ally helping out, and that concerns me, because when you act alone, you bear all the consequences alone. Third question, what's the strategic end game? Is this about pressuring Venezuela? Is it about confronting Russia? Is it about both? Because those are very different strategies with very different implications. The Trump administration is simultaneously talking about seizing Venezuelan oil, making demands of the Maduro government, and now confronting Russian naval assets in the Atlantic. That's a lot of fronts to be operating on at once. Let me tell you something I learned in 8 years as president. Foreign policy isn't about looking tough. It's about advancing American interests through smart, sustained engagement. It's about building coalitions so that when you do have to act, the world understands why and supports what you're doing. And right now, I'm not seeing that kind of strategic thinking. What I'm seeing looks more like reactive decision-making, strong action without sufficient diplomatic preparation. Now, we need to talk about something that doesn't get enough attention in our political discourse these days. The architecture of international order and what happens when major powers start bending or breaking the rules that hold it together. Russia's transport ministry cited the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea in condemning this seizure. And I've got to tell you, there's a bitter irony here. This is the same Russia that's been violating international law in Ukraine for years now, invading a sovereign nation, committing war crimes, thumbing its nose at every principle of territorial integrity and human rights. So when Vladimir Putin's government lectures anyone about respecting international conventions, You've got every right to be skeptical. But here's what troubles me, and this is important. Just because Russia's being hypocritical doesn't mean they're wrong about the principle. Under what legal authority does the United States seize a Russian flagged vessel in international waters based solely on American domestic sanctions law? That's a real question, and it deserves a real answer. When I was president, we spent enormous energy building and strengthening international legal frameworks. We worked through the United Nations, through international courts, through treaty obligations. Why? Because we understood something fundamental. America is most powerful when our actions have legitimacy, when other nations see us operating within a rules-based system rather than just imposing our will through raw force. Let me put it plainly, if we can seize Russian vessels in international waters because they're violating our sanctions, what's to stop China from seizing American vessels they claim are violating their interests? What's to stop any powerful nation from deciding that international waters are subject to their domestic legal jurisdiction? We're setting a precedent here, and precedents have consequences. And there's also the question of escalation. Russia sent submarines to escort this tanker. We seized it anyway. What happens next time? Do we have a naval confrontation in the Atlantic? Do Russian submarines start shadowing American commercial vessels? At what point does this economic enforcement action turn into something more dangerous? And let's talk about the impact on international shipping and commerce. The global economy depends on predictable rules about maritime trade. When major powers start seizing each other's vessels based on unilateral decisions, that creates uncertainty. Insurance costs go up, shipping routes change, and the whole system becomes less stable. Here's the honest truth. The rule of law has to apply to powerful nations too, not just weak ones. That's what separates democracies from autocracies. Now, let's talk about the politics of this, because nothing happens in a vacuum. And when you're trying to understand why leaders make the decisions they make, you've got to look at the incentives they're responding to. From a domestic political standpoint, I understand the appeal of this kind of action. Seizing a Russian oil tanker, cracking down on sanctions violators, standing up to Putin and Maduro, it plays well. It looks decisive, it looks strong, and in our current political environment, where appearing tough on adversaries is politically valuable, I can see why the Trump administration would move forward with this operation. But here's what I learned in 8 years in the Oval Office. Foreign policy isn't a television show. It's not about what looks good in a 24-hour news cycle. It's about advancing American interests over the long term. And sometimes that means doing things that aren't flashy, that require patience, that involve boring diplomatic work that never makes headlines. What troubles me here is that I'm seeing a pattern of actions that seem designed more for their immediate political impact than for their strategic coherence. The Trump administration is simultaneously pursuing an aggressive interests over the long term. And sometimes that means doing things that aren't flashy, that require patience, that involve boring diplomatic work that never makes headlines. What troubles me here is that I'm seeing a pattern of actions that seem designed more for their immediate political impact than for their strategic coherence. The Trump administration is simultaneously pursuing an aggressive stance toward Venezuela, talking about seizing their oil, imposing new sanctions, while also conducting military operations against Russian-flagged vessels, while also making noise about Greenland and other territorial issues.
Right, he's doing too much.
That's a lot of confrontations happening at once, and I'm not seeing a clear theory of how they all fit together. Let's talk about the Russia dimension specifically, because this is where things get really complicated. Donald Trump has had a historically unusual relationship with Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
Sometimes deferential, often reluctant to criticize, frequently at odds with his own intelligence agencies about Russian threats. And now we've got this very aggressive action against a Russian flagged vessel backed by Russian naval assets. So what's the strategy here? Is this a genuine shift in policy toward Russia? Is it tactical, trying to pressure Russia on Venezuela while maintaining flexibility on other issues like Ukraine? Or is it reactive, responding to a specific situation without thinking through the broader implications?
From the Epstein files. You right,
I don't
Alicia?
know the answer, and frankly, I don't
and
think
making
American people
behind
know either,
the
because
scene
we're not
deals
getting
with
clear
everybody.
communication from this administration about what they're trying to achieve. In
But
my
he done
time,
played
we
Putin
learned that
before,
foreign policy
because that's how
works
he
best
won the first one.
when it's transparent, when Congress is consulted, when the American people understand what we're doing and why. When you act in secret, when you surprise even your allies.
He mad because old girl got shot. Let me say this.
Strategic rationale, that's when things go wrong.
That girl got killed. He was mad. He needed a body because they started locking up his assets. You know, every time something happens to him, he takes it out on us. Bill Clinton's voice.
This is where things start to get
That's Bill
complicated.
Clinton, Deborah.
Because once you've taken an action like this, seizing a Russian flagged vessel in international waters with Russian crew members aboard, you've set a series of events in
So
motion.
what did he do with the Russians on board?
In my time, we learned that foreign policy works best when it's transparent, when Congress is consulted, when the American people understand what we're doing and why. When you act in secret, when you surprise even your allies, when you can't articulate a clear strategic rationale, that's when things go wrong. Now, this is where things start to get complicated, because once you've taken an action like this, seizing a Russian flagged vessel in international waters with Russian crew members aboard, you've set a series of events in motion, and you don't fully control where they lead. Let me walk you through some possible scenarios, because I think it's important for people to understand.
Thank you for your
what we might be
services.
looking at in the coming weeks
Sly Brown.
and months. First scenario, escalation. Russia has already positioned submarines and naval assets in the Atlantic. They've condemned this as piracy and a violation of international law. What if they decide to respond in kind? What if Russian vessels start harassing American commercial shipping? What if we have another incident at sea and this time somebody gets hurt? We could be looking at a naval confrontation between two nuclear powers over an oil tanker. And here's the thing, this is all happening while we're still dealing with the war in Ukraine, where tensions are already at their highest point in decades. Second scenario, legal challenge. Russia could bring this case to international maritime courts, arguing that we violated the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea.
do it, yep.
Now, if they do that and they win, or even if they just make a compelling case that divides international opinion, we're going to look like we acted outside the bounds of international law. That undermines our credibility when we try to rally other nations to enforce sanctions or uphold
Ain't nobody gonna help
international
us.
norms. Third scenario, normalization. Maybe this just becomes the new normal.
Are you on your phone?
Major powers
Or are you
seizing
on
each other's
the
vessels based on
computer?
their own
If you're on your
domestic
phone,
legal
just double tap the face of it like
International waters
that.
becoming a free-for-all where might makes right. That would be a fundamental erosion of the maritime order that's governed global commerce since World War II.
Double tap it or hit.
Fourth scenario.
If you're on your phone, everybody that haven't hit the like button yet, double tap the face of your phone and it'll give you a thumbs up. If you're on your computer, there are 3 dots at the top right corner. You hit those 3 dots and it'll take you to where you can hit the thumbs up. There's 528 people in here right now. I've been bringing y'all the tea and got more tea to bring, so come on, double tap. So I feel appreciated. Hi, Brian.
Maybe this just becomes the new normal. Major powers seizing each other's vessels based on their own domestic legal interpretations. International waters becoming a free-for-all where might makes right. That would be a fundamental erosion of the maritime order that's governed global commerce since World War II. Fourth
Thank
scenario,
you.
and this is what I hope happens.
Hey, Candace.
Diplomatic resolution. Behind the scenes, quiet negotiations work out some kind of arrangement. Maybe the crew gets returned, maybe the vessel gets released under certain conditions.
So where's the crew? So we got hostages. We got, oh Lord. So we got hostages. Thank you, Specs. We got hostages, y'all. Lord.
Over an oil tanker. And here's the thing, this is all happening while we're still dealing with the war in Ukraine, where tensions are already at their highest point in decades. Second scenario, legal challenge. Russia could bring this case to international maritime courts, arguing that we violated the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Now, if they do that and they win, or even if they just make a compelling case that divides international opinion, we're going to look like we acted outside the bounds of international law. That undermines our credibility when we try to rally other nations to enforce sanctions or uphold international norms. Third scenario, normalization. Maybe this just becomes the new normal. Major powers seizing each other's vessels based on their own domestic legal interpretations. International waters becoming a free-for-all where might makes right. That would be a fundamental erosion of the maritime order that's governed global commerce since World War II. Fourth scenario, and this is what I hope happens. Diplomatic resolution. Behind the scenes, quiet negotiations work out some kind of arrangement. Maybe the crew gets returned, maybe the vessel gets released under certain conditions, maybe both sides find a face-saving way to step back. But if that's where we end up, you've got to ask yourself, why create this public confrontation in the first place?
He don't know no better.
There are also economic consequences we need to think about. Oil markets don't like uncertainty. When tankers start getting seized, when naval forces
but we talking about Russia
in the Atlantic, insurance companies start charging more to cover vessels, shipping companies
I know more about Russia not playing than Venezuela.
All of that feeds into higher energy costs. And then there's Venezuela. How does Maduro respond to this? Does he nationalize what's left of American assets? Does the humanitarian situation get worse? Here's what concerns me most. I'm not confident that anyone has thought through all these scenarios. Let me bring this home, because I want to be clear about what I think is really at stake here, and it's bigger than one oil tanker, bigger than any single foreign policy decision.
Putin knew.
Look, I understand the complexity
going to happen. Yeah, I heard
of what
him.
we're dealing with. Russia,
yeah, we heard him.
Venezuela, and Iran are using shadow fleets to evade legitimate economic pressure. They're funding oppression. They're destabilizing regions.
They still petty,
They're threatening
though.
our interests and our allies.
And we're going to have to suffer.
Yes, we need to enforce sanctions. Yes, we need
I
to
agree,
push back against these
Rosita.
regimes. I'm not naive about that. But here's the principle I keep coming back to, and it's something I learned over 8 years in the White House. America is strongest when we lead through institutions, not just through force. When we build coalitions, when we work within international frameworks, when we can show the world that we're acting on principle rather than just exercising power, that's when we're most effective, and that's when our influence lasts.
To do whatever they
When I was president, I faced plenty of hard decisions,
Dictator.
moments where there wasn't a clear right answer, just different
Focus off of
strategies
them
toward the
files.
same goal. And what I learned is that the hardest part of leadership isn't choosing between right and wrong.
I hope they
It's
hear me
choosing
out.
how to do the right thing in a way that strengthens rather than weakens the system we're all depending on. What worries me about this tanker seizure isn't that we're enforcing sanctions, it's the pattern I'm seeing of unilateral action without sufficient
Alicia, Trump
coalition
never
building,
thinks things
without
through.
clear legal justification.
He don't think
at the
things
international-
through with nothing. Not just this. He don't ever think things through. He got parasites on the brain. He can't think it through. And people that he got in his office with him, should think it through for him. But I'm gonna say this: his first go around, he had his kids up in there. You know, it wasn't as bad. His kids did a better job to me because he done went in there and got these people who YouTubers and all this stupid shit, and they dang sure don't know. And he trusts his kids more than he trusts these people, so he still try to do whatever he want to do, how he want to do it. Yeah. But he can't think things all the way through with dementia and Alzheimer's.
No community accepts
and he'll narcissist
without transparent communication to Congress and the American people about what we're trying to achieve. Because here's the honest truth. When we seize vessels
they'll never hold him
without
accountable.
International legal process, when we act
Juliana,
without consulting
they'll
allies,
never hold him accountable.
when we don't explain our actions and our strategy to the American people, we weaken the very democratic values and international norms we're trying to defend. We start looking
Absolutely,
less like a nation of laws and more like a nation that just does whatever it wants because it can. Now, I still have faith in American institutions. I believe in our capacity for course correction. We've made mistakes before, and we've learned from them. But that only happens when people pay attention, when Congress asks tough questions, when the press investigates, when citizens demand accountability from their leaders. Democracy isn't a spectator sport. It requires all of us to engage, to think critically, to hold our leaders to high standards, not just when the other party is in power, but all the time. We've spent decades building an international order based on rules, on cooperation, on the principle that might doesn't make right. That system isn't perfect, but it served American interests remarkably well. And we need to ask ourselves, are we strengthening that system or are we tearing it down?
Oh man, I didn't mean to hit this.
Take it there.
It's 2:07. Hold on, I wonder. Okay, hold on. What time is it? Oh man. Do I want to keep going? Y'all don't want me to stop, do you? Hold on. I wasn't expecting this part. 6 Russian warship closes in on U.S. aircraft.
5 women seen local time. The ocean is flat. No white caps, no swell. Just steel gray water stretching to the final 2 lag astern, offset.
I don't know.
Controlling the exit lanes. It's a textbook surface encirclement.
I don't know. This don't look like
not
today.
Aggressive enough to trigger weapons release.
This don't look like today. Let me see. Let me see if this is today. It says today, but let me read. Let me. 6 Russian warships move in fast, tightening their formation around a U.S. aircraft carrier in international waters. Radar contact stacked up. Distance collapse. No warning or ignored. No shots were fired. Okay. Let me go to that other one. They're not playing in that water. We got some stuff going on. But they ain't talked about them Epstein files in a couple of days, had it? Let's hear them, and then I'll go to Candace.
Brazil's decision to deny U.S. warships.
So Brazil, we got issues with Brazil.
And gentlemen,
Brazil
thank
too.
you for joining me today. What we are witnessing
We
in
got
Brazil
problems
is
with
not
Brazil?
just a routine geopolitical maneuver. It is a moment that signals a fundamental shift in global naval power dynamics. Brazil's decision to shut down access for U.S. warships. Ladies and gentlemen,
Sly, what this
thank you
mean?
for joining me today. What we are witnessing in Brazil is not just a routine geopolitical maneuver. It is a moment that signals a fundamental shift in global naval power dynamics. Brazil's decision to shut down access for U.S. warships is a clear assertion of national sovereignty, but more importantly, it reflects a broader trend of rising multipolarity in international relations. This is not merely a regional dispute. It is a strategic message to the United States and to the world that the rules of naval engagement are evolving. Now, let us consider the implications. The U.S., long accustomed to uncontested naval influence across the Western Hemisphere, is suddenly facing significant limitations in a country that has long been a crucial partner in the South Atlantic. This action is more than symbolic. It affects supply lines, naval operations, and the credibility of U.S. influence in the region. Brazil is asserting itself as a regional power that cannot be ignored, a move that other nations will undoubtedly watch closely and in some cases emulate. It is tempting to view this purely through the lens of U.S.-Brazil relations, but the larger picture is even more significant. What we are seeing is a clear challenge to the traditional dominance of Western naval powers and an indication that emerging powers are willing to exercise agency over their waters and their security decisions. This crisis underscores a critical lesson in today's multipolar world. Even long-standing military advantages can be constrained by the political will of sovereign nations. Brazil's decision to deny U.S. warships access to its ports marks a striking moment in contemporary international relations, one that has sent ripples across the global security landscape. For decades, the United States has operated with near unchecked naval freedom in much of the Western Hemisphere, often relying on strategic partnerships to sustain its maritime presence. By shutting down access, Brazil is sending a clear and deliberate message. National sovereignty and regional autonomy are not negotiable.
He must be talking about
this
another
is not
country.
A casual diplomatic spat or a temporary disagreement over port
He said
schedules.
Brazil blocked
It is a
U.S.
calculated
warship
assertion of
naval
power
crisis.
that challenges long-standing expectations.
Yeah, no, he said Brazil blocks U.S. warship naval crisis explained.
Often relying on strategic partnerships to sustain its maritime presence. By shutting down access, Brazil is sending a clear and deliberate message. National sovereignty and regional autonomy are not negotiable. This is not a casual diplomatic spat or a temporary disagreement over port schedules. It is a calculated assertion of power that challenges long-standing expectations about U.S. influence in the South Atlantic. Observers cannot ignore the timing and context of this move. Amid rising global tensions and competition among major powers, Brazil's decision reflects a broader trend of nations asserting independent foreign and military policies, signaling that traditional alliances no longer guarantee automatic compliance with U.S. strategic objectives. The move is also a test of U.S. adaptability and the resilience of its operational plans, forcing Washington to reassess its assumptions about regional control. Analysts are watching closely, asking whether this is an isolated assertion of sovereignty or the opening salvo of a larger shift in naval geopolitics. For U.S. policymakers, the stakes are immediate, and strategic access, influence, and credibility in a region increasingly unwilling to defer unquestioningly to American military power are now in sharp focus. This action by Brazil may very well redefine the balance of naval authority in the South Atlantic.
So do we need to stop listening to him, Sly?
Of assumptions that have guided U.S. operations for generations. Brazil's move to deny U.S. warships access is a bold assertion of sovereignty that highlights the country's determination to chart its own strategic course, free from external pressure. For years, the United States has expected its allies and partners to align closely with its military objectives, particularly in regions considered critical for global trade and security. Brazil's stance disrupts this assumption, signaling that national interests and independent decision-making now take precedence over traditional alliance expectations. This is not merely about naval operations. It reflects a deeper geopolitical calculation. By controlling who can enter its ports and under what conditions, Brazil is asserting that foreign powers must respect its authority and strategic priorities. The decision sends a strong signal to other nations in Latin America and beyond that sovereignty is non-negotiable, and that aligning with external powers must never come at the cost of national autonomy. It also challenges the perception of predictability in U.S. military partnerships, creating uncertainty that policymakers and strategists cannot ignore. Observers are now analyzing how this approach may reshape regional dynamics, influence diplomatic negotiations, and potentially inspire similar moves from other countries seeking to assert their independence on the world stage. Brazil's assertion of sovereignty is therefore not just a defensive measure, it is a proactive statement about the limits of foreign influence and the growing confidence of emerging powers in determining their own security strategies. Brazil's decision to restrict U.S. naval access is a decisive move that underscores its emergence as a regional power in the South Atlantic.
I'm gonna move on because you giving conflicting information. Don't realize Trump is going to war against. Most people don't realize. Oh, that's oh boy. It just do sound. I agree with what that Clinton voice was saying. He got too much going on. He got too much going on. Oh, okay. After this, we're going to go to
decided
Candace.
not to waste any time and began right away with a powerful operation by American troops in Caracas, the capital of Venezuela. Right.
Oh, wait, what?
The year 2026 decided not to waste any time and began right away with a powerful operation by American troops in Caracas, the capital of Venezuela. Right now, you can see on your screens footage from Caracas that was published by media outlets and quickly spread across numerous Telegram channels. This is one of the explosions that marked the beginning of this special operation. The soldiers accomplished their main task, taking the president of Venezuela hostage with unprecedented speed. Just a few hours after the first missile was launched, Nicolas Maduro and his wife were brought to New York, where he was formally charged. In the United States, the Venezuelan tyrant, as Donald Trump calls him, is charged with conspiracy to commit narco-terrorism, conspiracy to import cocaine, possession of automatic weapons and destructive devices, as well as conspiracy to possess automatic weapons and destructive devices.
Why is Africa SC? Oh, that was 9
However,
days ago. Okay.
aside from his involvement in drug-related activities, Nicolas Maduro is also known for his sympathy toward the Russian government, with which Venezuela has maintained close contact for more than 10 years. As journalists report, the relationship between Caracas and Moscow was multifaceted, and in addition to friendly ties and oil extraction, included the supply of weapons of mass destruction. Yulia Yarmolenko. What does this mean, and what was Putin hiding from Trump in Venezuela? So I'll tell you all about this next. Hello everyone, my name is Anastasia Husarieva. Yulia Yarmolenko. What the between Caracas and Moscow was multifaceted, and in addition to friendly ties and oil extraction, included the supply of weapons of mass destruction. Yulia Yarmolenko. What does this mean, and what was Putin hiding from Trump in Venezuela? So I'll tell you all about this next. Hello everyone, my name is Anastasia Husarieva, and while you like this video and subscribe to our channel, I'll tell you all the details of the Venezuelan operation. And together, we'll try to figure out what Maduro really hid and what Putin was supplying him with. So let's get started. A special place in the relationship between Moscow and Caracas was occupied by military cooperation. In November 2025, journalists reported new deliveries of Russian weapons to Venezuela. The military portal Militarny reported that Russia had supplied the country with Pantsir S-1 anti-aircraft missile and gun systems, which had not previously been in service with the Venezuelan army. The report appeared against the backdrop of escalating tensions between Caracas and Washington and immediately drew the attention of analysts. The information about ongoing arms deliveries was confirmed by Russian Deputy Alexei Zhuravlyov. He publicly stated that Russia remains Venezuela's key military technical partner and continues to supply it with a full range of weaponry, from small arms to combat aircraft. Zhuravlyov specifically noted that the volume and nomenclature of these deliveries are classified. According to him, the Americans might be in for some surprises, which was perceived as a hint at the hidden aspects of this very cooperation. Zhuravlyov also confirmed the transfer to Venezuela of several divisions of S-300 VM anti-aircraft missile systems,
Lord, y'all, we going to war.
as well as Buk M2E and Panzerus 1
Oh my
complexes.
God. This is how they gonna do the New World Order. They all in this shit
or
together.
the timeline for their deployment. The authors of the Militarnai portal noted that the S-300 VM systems we are talking about, as well as the Buk M2,
New World
had
Order.
already been in service with the Venezuelan army before, whereas the Panzer S1 was received by the country for the first time. At the same time, the journalists emphasized an important point. Putting such systems into full combat operation
Putin
requires
was hiding
extensive
the
training
pictures
of
in
personnel.
Venezuela.
Usually this process takes much longer than the current phase of confrontation between Caracas and Washington. On this basis, the authors suggested that the new systems may be under the control of Russian specialists or mercenaries. In particular, representatives of the Wagner PMC were mentioned, whose presence in Venezuela had been previously documented. Additional attention from analysts was drawn by reports of the arrival in Caracas of a Russian Il-76 military transport aircraft, which is on the sanctions list. Experts recalled that such aircraft had previously been used to transport weapons, military equipment, and mercenaries from the same Wagner group, who operated in Russia's interests in various regions of the world. Against this backdrop, it became known in July that the first phase of a plant for the production of 7.62mm cartridges for Kalashnikov rifles was launched in Venezuela. The production capacity of the enterprise is estimated at up to 70 million rounds per year. The plant was built by Rosoboronexport, a company that is part of the state corporation structure. The first phase includes 4 production lines. 2 are intended for the production of cartridges with a steel core, and the other 2 for cartridges with tracer bullets. Rostec's executive director Oleg Yevtushenko stated that the remaining production facilities are scheduled to be launched in the near future. According to him, this will make it possible to establish a full production cycle of cartridges and Kalashnikov AK-103 rifles directly on the territory of Venezuela. The weapons are intended to be used by the army, police, and other security forces of the country. On November 5th, Russia also announced that it had delivered Panzerus 1 and Buk M2E air defense systems to Caracas on an Il-76 transport aircraft. At the same time, a warning was issued to the United States about the readiness to send modern Oreshnik ballistic missiles, capable of carrying nuclear warheads as well as Caliber cruise missiles to the region. These statements were accompanied by references to satellite images, which were claimed to confirm the deployment of Buk M2E systems in the Caracas area. The same Oleksiy Zhuravlyov stated at the time that the Kremlin had sent modern weaponry to the Caribbean and saw no obstacles to supplying Venezuela with new solutions, including Oreshnik hypersonic missiles and Caliber missiles, which, according to the Russian side, are impossible to intercept. At the same time, the Security Service of Ukraine expressed doubts about Russia's ability to deliver such advanced systems to the Caribbean region. The head of the Security Service of Ukraine, Vasil Malyuk, stated that since the beginning of 2025, nearly half of the Russian Pantsir systems, which were likely already in Venezuela, have been destroyed. He also noted that in order to transport systems like the Oreshnik or Caliber across the Atlantic, Russia would have to use a heavy AN-124 Ruslan aircraft, which is easy to detect and could become a target for American missiles. Amid growing pressure, Nicolas Maduro, according to the Washington Post, turned to Russia for military assistance. He requested additional air defense systems and at least 14 missile complexes. Similar requests, it was reported, were also sent to China and Iran. The military portal Defense Express compared what is happening to the Soviet Operation Anadir of 1962. At that time, the Soviet Union secretly deployed more than 40 ballistic missile launchers and about 40,000 military personnel in Cuba. The United States responded with a naval blockade of the island and forced Soviet ships to turn back. At the same time, the United States was increasing its military presence in the Caribbean basin. Pentagon spokesperson Sean Purnell reported that the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, has left the Mediterranean Sea and is crossing the Atlantic. Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov called such activity unjustified and said it creates tension in the region, while failing to mention the supply of Russian military equipment to the Maduro regime. Later, US President Donald Trump stated in an interview with CBS that the days of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro are numbered. When asked about the possibility of war,
Wait,
he said he doubted
what?
such a scenario and
Hold
supply
on.
of Russian military equipment to the Maduro regime. Caribbean Basin. Pentagon spokesperson Sean Purnell reported that the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, has left the Mediterranean Sea and is crossing the Atlantic. Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov called such activity unjustified and said it creates tension in the region, while failing to mention the supply of Russian military equipment to the Maduro regime. Later, US President Donald Trump stated in an interview with CBS that the days of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro are numbered. When asked about the possibility of war, he said he doubted such a scenario and was not considering direct military confrontation. He also noted that Venezuela treats the United States very poorly, mentioning drug smuggling and illegal migration. Commenting on the deployment of an aircraft carrier, Trump said that it has to be somewhere, giving an evasive answer to suggestions about preparations for a large-scale operation. It is also worth recalling that in October, Nicolas Maduro announced the deployment of 5,000 Russian-made Igla-S anti-aircraft missiles at key air defense positions. He claimed that these systems are stationed throughout the entire country. CNN noted that it could not independently verify the stated number, but asserts that the Igla-S systems are indeed part of Venezuela's arsenal, according to data from the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Despite numerous statements about being armed and ready for defense, the operation to capture Nicolas Maduro proceeded quickly and with virtually no resistance. This cast doubt on the actual state of the Venezuelan regime's defense capabilities and the effectiveness of the years-long military technical cooperation so frequently touted by officials. Or perhaps Maduro's capture was arranged from the very beginning?
Yeah.
Share your thoughts with us in the comments.
Now that's a possibility. The way that picture I showed y'all with them together, now it could have been arranged. It's making it seem like that's what that was.
Regime's defense capabilities and the effectiveness of the years-long military technical cooperation so frequently touted by officials. Or perhaps Maduro's capture was arranged from the very beginning? Share your thoughts with us in the comments and
I could see it being arranged. Most definitely. Hold on, let me see what else I got. Yep, I can see it being arranged because they were sitting up all, and that was that man's same hands on that picture I showed y'all yesterday. That was them. They probably had been went out and played golf. Okay. But they saying this Brazil stuff that there's a change. It's Brazil Navy just transformed how the HMS Bulwark changes everything in the South. I don't know how to play. Let me see this one.
A healthy liver helps your body process food.
All right, Dad, what are you making?
My new go-to morning smoothie. What's that? This is the secret ingredient. This is equivalent to
The White House is now
on what? As the skies, cause one picture we saw he had on a blue like hoodie. Then they had him in tan. He had a whole bunch of costume changes. You remember he had a whole bunch of costume changes. Started out with a blue. Oh yeah, this one right here.
Understanding the deep state.
Yeah, they both had on the same. And now this time, this looks like them. I mean, the other one looked like them too. It looked AI, but this looks like them. Now, all that dancing and stuff, that's just funny. But this right here looks like them. And those are same little bitty ass hands. This look like them. So with that being said, I don't know, because they look like they in a little, you know, duck off. And they came out the suits as a decoy. And why you giving the finger? And I mean, all that look funny, but that's that little old hand that was trying to get into Bill Clinton Bubbles' pants for shit show. Hold on. Here we come, Candace. Here we come. I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to make sure we prepared if they finna start. Yeah, it's just military stuff. It's just some stuff you don't want to play with on U.S. soil in our waters. No, we just ain't never been through nothing like this. That's what he's saying.
High alert. But why? It's because the United States, the White House is now on high alert. But why?
Now he's scared.
Because the United States has just seized a Russian-flagged tanker. However, this hasn't always been a Russian-flagged tanker. Russia's back to their old tricks, and now they're threatening the United States and saying that they may torpedo U.S. naval ships and blow them out of the water.
Oh, wow.
That's how quickly things escalate. Look at this. It says, U.S. seizes Russian-flagged oil tanker linked to Venezuela after weeks-long pursuit. Okay. We knew this was happening. We knew for several weeks now that the United States was going after this tanker that previously tried to enter into Venezuela but was blocked. I talked about this several weeks ago. Then the ship left, did something, and then came on back. It was blocked again. This ship has been blocked multiple times and it was never able to enter Venezuela. So it fled. And it was chased. Look at this though.
Jeez.
It says oil ship seized by the U.S. over Venezuela sanctions was newly registered under Russian flag. I want to read this to you. It says right here, in a post on X, the U.S. European Command said a Russian flag tanker had been seized in the North Atlantic for violations of U.S. sanctions on Venezuelan oil. It says the ship, formerly named Bella 1 and now named Marinera, is just one that Russia has reflagged to join its dark fleet. So there are other ships that have been reflagged. Keep that in mind, because this is what's going on. Look at this right here. It says, just in response to the tanker seizure, Russia is threatening the United States with a missile strike on American ships. The U.S. is in a state of euphoria of impunity. We need to provide a military response attack with torpedoes or sink a couple of American boats. That's what was said. Okay? That's extremely concerning. And the reason why is because the United States isn't done. Any tanker trying to make its way into Venezuela, any sanctioned ship is going to be seized. If the United States finds it, it will be seized. Okay? Keep that in mind. Now, here's the other problem. The United States decided we were going to go in, capture Nicolas Maduro, take him out of Venezuela, take him out of power, and that was going to disrupt his regime. It's done that. We're only 4 days in, and we're already feeling the effects. But here's what's even greater. The United States doing this harms Russia. By harming Russia, that means it actually was a boost to Ukraine. Russia has already been pretty much decimated as far as their military is concerned. There are Russian troops that are actually going against the Kremlin because they have said they are pretty much being sent out to the battlefield to die because they're not getting the support that they need. So here's the thing. The United States pretty much dismantling Venezuela and the Maduro regime is going to impact Russia. As it impacts Russia, Russia is going to go after and try to get additional support from other allies. The two big ones, okay? First off, the main one is going to be Iran. According to reports, Iran is the one country that hates the United States so bad that Russia can use them. That's the concern. And some are speculating, oh, Russia's going to blow our U.S. Navy ships out of the water. They will probably try, or well, technically, they wouldn't be the one trying, because if Russia is seen as the one trying to blow U.S. ships out of the water,
a red color,
inevitable. That would be World War III. If they were to actually strike a U.S. ship, that would mean it's World War III.
Oh, Lord.
So Russia's likely not going to do that. Russia isn't stupid. Vladimir Putin isn't stupid. Okay? He may not be the brightest guy in the world, but again, he's not dumb. He's not going to attack the United States, especially with President Trump in office. That would be devastating for Russia. Could Iran do it? Yeah. That's the concern. And that, according to reports, is why the White House is a little bit concerned. It's because they know, especially after just 2 weeks ago, where the Iranian president came out and said that Iran is at war with the United States. We are at a full-scale war with the United States. His words. I want to show something to you.
He has already put a ban on his head for last.
Hours after the U.S. military seized 2 oil tankers on Wednesday, including a Russian-flagged vessel, the American Secretary of State laid out a plan for Venezuela's near future. That included having the United States sell up to 50 million barrels of seized Venezuelan oil and decide how the proceeds will be distributed. Okay. Obviously, that isn't what Russia wants to see. That we are going to seize all this oil, we're going to sell the oil, and then we will decide what we want to do with the money. Do we want to just put it into our bank accounts? What about the fam? Possibly. Listen to this, though. This is the Secretary, Kristi Noem. Listen to what she has to say. It says, under President Trump, bold visionary leadership, U.S. Coast Guard tactical teams work closely with its counterparts at the Departments of War, Departments of Justice, and State, and use their specialized expertise to conduct these operations and conduct 2 safe, effective boardings within hours of each other. One of those tankers, motor tanker Bello 1, has been trying to evade the Coast Guard for weeks, even changing its flag and painting a new name on the hull while being pursued in a desperate and failed attempt to escape justice. Okay, here we go. The world's criminals are on notice. You can run, but you can't hide. We will never relent in our mission to protect the American people and disrupt the funding of narco-terrorism wherever we find it. Period. This is our country's greatest fighting force at their best. This is America first at sea. If any country thinks that they are going to take on the United States Navy and win, according to experts, that would be catastrophic, because the United States military, or specifically the U.S. Navy, has the strongest naval force in the entire world. Nobody even comes close because of all the different ships that we have, our personnel, and obviously just moving forward, okay, all the new technology that we're using as well. Not just the missiles, okay, but the ships as well. We are far superior to every single country.
Yes.
Here's why I bring it up, okay? Plain and simple. Russia is threatening to sink U.S. Navy ships. Obviously, that's a problem. And it puts the White House and the Pentagon on edge. But this is why it's such a big move. Because Russia can't do anything. Russia has been struggling with Ukraine. There's no way Russia's going to try to attack the United States. But does this put the United States on notice? Yes. That's exactly what it does. That Russia is threatening the United States puts the U.S. on notice that, okay, don't do that again. But this is also a big deal because the United States has also stated that there's more ships out there. There's more boats out there that should be seized, that there's sanctions against. And so when the United States finds them, they will seize those ships as well. And I think President Trump has proven this over the past several weeks, over several months, is that he's not going to avoid a confrontation. He's going to go straight at it. And
I wouldn't think he want a confrontation with Putin.
A possible win for the United States, that's exactly what he's going to do. So, we'll see.
Now, all of
happens
this
over the next
is
several
to avoid those Epstein files, because they really ain't talked about them in 2 days, and I know it's some stuff that broke out. Okay, y'all, I'm going straight in. I'm not gonna pause like I did before. I mean, yesterday, and do them separate. I'm going in. Let's see what Candace got to say. Y'all ready? Specs, you said another epic. we gotta be 10. Now it's 2026. Shit, we need to be 10, 15, 20 steps ahead. Heck, he got a lot of stuff going on at once. And still, how you go steal all tankers, go over there and arrest people, on their native land, and we still ain't got all the Epstein files.
All right.
Where they do that at? That nigga said, y'all gonna have to kill me. You know how they say? You gonna have to kill me over my dead body. Over my... So he doing all of this so people are to vote red. Are we deeming it necessary? If that's what he was thinking, that shooting today of a U.S. citizen and them doing all this lying, they just messed that up. Why is this thing keep... Yeah, it's doing something crazy. Let me do a reset.
Ladies and gentlemen, happy Wednesday.
Someday.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, happy Wednesday. I'm going to start today by letting you know that...
Y'all get the likes up. We done been all over the place today. Get the likes up. Please, double tap the face of your screen. If you're listening in on your phone device, it's free. It don't cost a thing. Double tap. And if you're on your device, your computer, laptop, hit those 3 dots at the top. We gonna wait. I'm gonna go get some water. Come on. The quicker y'all double tap, the quicker we can move forward. Candace, what are we gonna do today? Can I get y'all to double tap, please? If you haven't already, I hit them 3 dots.
Kanye was right. Kanye was right. Remember back in 2022 when he was a little bit sleepy? All right, ladies and gentlemen, happy Wednesday. I'm going to start today by letting you know that Kanye was right. Kanye was right. Remember back in 2022 when he was a little bit sleepy, right? Poor guy just needed a nap. He just needed a nap. And he told us that when he woke up, he was a little bit sleepy tonight, but when he woke up, he had plans. He was going to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is I can't actually
be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew also. You guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone, whoever opposes your agenda. It was too soon, but boy, oh boy, was he right about blackballing people who are opposed to a specific agenda. Because it's now been 2 years, 2 entire years of my life that I have been effectively fighting just to, go on living against the Daily Wire after leaving a job. I mean, 99% of what I've actually gone through, the public knows nothing about.
Candy cane.
And that has to change. And it's going to change. It's going to change today because I've received even more information about...
I missed that. Y'all get the likes up. She said it's going to change. Ooh, she said change going to come. Oh, yes, it is. She got the look, don't she? Oh, a change go. I like her in red better. I like that red lipstick on her yesterday. She said a change gonna come. Oh, y'all, we gonna get Candarica today? We gonna get Candarica today? Cause this look right here, I don't call bull. She like, yeah, okay. Oh, okay. 30 miles of view. I'ma lay here and pretend I'm drinking a bottle. Y'all ready to go in? We better go in, baby. Let's go. She said, is that what we doing? Oh, I don't feel like playing today. I don't want to play today. Shit.
Hey, about blackballing people.
Black
who are
folks are
opposed
Jews
to a specific agenda. Because it's now been 2 years, 2 entire years of my life that I have been effectively fighting just to, go on living against the Daily Wire after leaving a job. I mean, 99% of what I have actually gone through, the public knows nothing about. And that has to change. And it's going to change. It's going to change today because I've received even more information about their latest plot against me, jumping into the new year with the old vibes. And frankly, I now find this to be disturbing. I want you guys to take me seriously when I say that there is something about this that is becoming dangerous. And I'm going to explain to you why I feel that way. And I'm going to do that by telling you the true story of how the Daily Wire came to be a company. In other news, and later on in the show, I am going to tell you about a Turning Point Action former employee who has just been sentenced for a crime in Arizona. Of course, he too was hired by Tyler Boyer because as I've been telling you guys from the very beginning, Tyler Boyer is the linchpin. He is the person who has been running Turning Point USA. He staffed nearly everyone that was surrounding Charlie, and I think he needs to be investigated more thoroughly. So let's jump right back in. Welcome back to Candace.
This is where I talk about what I liked in my first box. If I hadn't already been using them since the beginning of the year.
That's why they don't want this woman talking. Let's go, Candace.
All right, buckle up, boys and girls, because we are going on a journey. It was yesterday, just yesterday, that we scooped the Daily Wire's cringe news show, designed quite literally with the intention to mock me and Tucker Carlson. It's always got to be Tucker Carlson, Cameron Owens together, like we're partners. Even the typical standard Daily Wire stan accounts had to admit that it was cringe. So cringe that some of them were actually hoping that it was fake, that it was just bait, that the show wasn't real or was not actually happening, or that it was just a segment and I was taking it out of context, because no, the company can't actually be this obsessed with a former employee 2 years later. Yeah, but they are. And as I have noted many times to you, they are becoming increasingly so. And for a reason that I am still trying to work through, I mean, honestly, we've all been trying to work through, Charlie Kirk's assassination has catalyzed a certain derangement
exposure.
Ben Shapiro. Ben was not a friend of Charlie Kirk. So the question is, why? Why is he so obsessed with the Charlie Kirk narrative, or rather, obsessed with stopping people from prodding that narrative? As soon as he began, like when Charlie was coming up, as soon as Ben began to perceive Charlie as a threat, which is essentially after the Kanye West tweet. Yeah, I love the way Candace Owens thinks
JB.
tweets. Ben got to work behind the scenes.
JB, who is that? Who cares to? Who you talking to? Who you talking to, JB? JB, come on out. Come on, baby. Who you talking to? I mean, who you talking about? We care. We love it over here. You understand? You're a guest. And you need to stay in a guest place. I don't give a fuck what you are. Who you talking to? Who you talking about? Who cares? I don't care what you are. You could be a him, shim, Kim. I don't care. Mike, I asked you, who you talking about? Who cares? We care about Candace. Who the fuck are you? Bye. They said bye. When they say bye, you got to get the hell up out of here. Bye. Say bye, bye. Get out of here right now. We care. We care. We protect Candace over here. This ain't where you want to be. Okay? Don't be mad at me or us, because she bringing the facts about her friend. Everybody should want a friend like Candace. And a neighbor like that lady in Minnesota who say y'all not going to be lying up in her.
And as I have noted many times to you, they are becoming increasingly so. And for a reason that I am still trying to work through, I mean, honestly, we've all been trying to work through, Charlie Kirk's assassination has catalyzed a certain derangement in Ben Shapiro. Ben was not a friend of Charlie Kirk. So the question is, why? Why is he so obsessed with the Charlie Kirk narrative, or rather obsessed with stopping people from prodding that narrative? Mm-hmm. As soon as he began, like when Charlie was coming up, as soon as Ben began to perceive Charlie as a threat, which is essentially after the Kanye West tweet. Yeah, I love the way Candace Owens thinks tweets. Ben got to work behind the scenes trying to complicate and stop Charlie's rise and my rise. These are just the facts, and they are indisputable, okay? Mm-hmm. What happened thereafter is that Charlie and me, we proved to be inevitable, even pulled apart in our separate ways. We continued to climb, and we did that without stepping on anybody's head. There are no stories, there are no bodies that are hidden of me intentionally harming people to get where I was going. Well, yesterday when we got off air, we received even more tips, and I'll tell you why. That's because bravery inspires bravery. When people see other people standing up and saying, hey, actually, this is wrong and this is weird, other people go, yeah, that's right. It is weird, and we should all say something. Yep. And I would like to again note that the young people who are being manipulated by Ben Shapiro to do his dirty bidding, I don't think that they deserve our ire. I get it. You're young. You have a dream. You have somebody that says, I can make all your dreams come true.
Groomed.
And you're game. Some people are going to be game to that. Some people are going to say, yeah, I want to be famous, or yeah, I really need this money. I'm in a pinch, whatever it is.
But that's a part of being groomed. They dangle a carrot in front of you, and you think, oh, okay, yeah, okay. I'll be able to move up. Oh, how much money? Oh, my God. Especially when you're young. Every last one of them schoolgirls that Jeffrey Epstein groomed were promised education. Promised something. As long as they go along with the program. That's a part of grooming.
And his strategy is to find Christians and to pressure them, usually through financial means, to go after other Christians. When he gets angry, in particular, that is another fact, which I can now prove to you thoroughly by reading you one of two emails that we actually received and conversations that we've had.
Now streaming on Hallmark Plus.
That's why I can't stand that manipulation stuff. Don't try to manipulate me.
This time, and this email is going to be from another person who was being considered for the role of stalking Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. That's what the role was. Of course, while pretending like it's a show. you gotta like pretend it's a real thing, but actually we're hiring you to go after Candace Owens. And again, we are going to prove that. Now, to give you a little background here, you will recall that at the end of last year, Ben stepped onto Megyn Kelly's stage while she was on tour, and he demanded her allegiance against me and Tucker. Nobody knows why. She did not submit to him, and I want to be clear that she has been under attack by his stooges since.
Right.
Okay? Ben is directing that from behind the scenes, all the attacks against Megyn Kelly. Because his perspective is that you are either going to take his side when he doesn't like somebody, or you are going to be attacked. Thereafter, Ben quite literally paid money for a prime speaking slot at AmFest, hitting the stage just after Erica Kirk opened, where he again attacked me, he attacked Tucker Carlson, and this time he also attacked Megyn Kelly because she refused to pledge her loyalty to him and his causes. Meaning, attack who I want you to attack. Be my attack dog. And this email is going to illuminate for you guys what took place immediately following that appearance. Okay? Again, I'm going to read this email, so give me a second here to pull it up.
Wow.
We're going to skip through or black out to the first portion of this email so you can see it, because we want to protect some of the names that are in there. It reads, Dear Candace, I believe it was 2 days after Ben Shapiro's speech at AmFest, a producer from the Daily Wire who has been nothing but kind to me reached out. I genuinely cannot describe this in any other way than in panic mode. He said that they had just come up with the show concept the day before, and they were already calling people to audition. He said that they wanted me to audition for a solo show. Immediately, I was ecstatic. It seemed wonderful to get to do something that I love, talking about what I believe in and trying to make a difference. Of course, the idea of opportunities financially and professionally made this seem all the better. It was presented to me as a comedy show to make fun of the right and the left. I said that I loved that, as I try to critique both sides and a lot of what I share. However, immediately, you and Tucker Carlson were brought up. The producer said, quote, so when Candace or Tucker says something crazy, we would want you to make fun of it, end quote. I let him know that I actually like you and Tucker, and I watch you both, as I generally like most conservative political commentators. I said that as a Christian, I wanted to be honest about what I believe and be kind to people, but that I was okay with making light of ideas that I disagree with on both sides. I did not want to be in a position where I was told what to say. The producer asked me to send in a video audition. He sent the script and an AI video along with it. As to what they wanted me to read, I was baffled. The entire show audition was making fun of you. I will say, though, though I was not sure about the B theory, it genuinely just felt wrong in my soul to make fun of you. I watch you every day. You genuinely seem like you care so much about the truth and fighting for what is good and right in this world. I texted blank. I asked for advice. She gave me great advice. She told me to reach out to blank. I told blank that I was not comfortable sending in a video, as it did not feel true to me. I even tried to rewrite it in a way that was true to me, but I couldn't do it. It just felt like high school bullies. Blank gave me great advice and told me not to even send in the audition tape. I let the producer know that it was not the right fit for me. Attached below is the AI video that they sent me and the text that I sent the producer. And also proof of the call. The producer has been nothing but kind to me, so I would prefer to block out their name. I hope the photos from the studio, dating, the show filming, and the call receipts are enough. I was told not to share the AI video the day after you announced on your show that you knew about the show that they were planning to launch. I let the producer know that I had not leaked that about the show to you. I think I was maybe hoping for more opportunities, but I prayed on it and I realized that I do not need their opportunities. I am simply done. This was such a slimy former employer. I'm also, and then this person proceeds to copy and paste the text that they wanted read. So I'm just going to show you the AI video that they sent out to people.
Oh, wow.
To young.
Oh, wow. Y'all, please double tap. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Okay.
Women to see if they would audition for this role. Mark, we can actually take this full screen because it's a lot of me, so I don't think we need double me watching me, but this is an AI video sample of the show that Ben wanted sent around following AmFest. Take a listen. There's imminent danger coming. Weird underground bee farmers, like a Polish communist underground symbol.
The evidence is overwhelming. The connections are undeniable.
Hey, no-knowers. Welcome back to The More You Know.
The no-knowers.
Watching me but this is an AI video sample of the show that Ben wanted sent around following AmFest. Take a listen. There's imminent danger coming. Weird underground bee farmers, like a Polish communist underground symbol.
The evidence is overwhelming. The connections are undeniable.
Hey, no-knowers. Welcome back to The More You Know.
Receipts.
I'm your host, Gossie Gosworthy. We have some seriously juicy leads today, so let's dig in.
I don't know, but I know.
You know. Let's just talk about the bees.
And I just sort of went, okay, that's weird. I kept looking online, and strangely, I'm not kidding, and I'm going to show you these messages, I came across what looked to me like a bunch of people talking about bees.
People were talking about bees, but not in a normal way.
They were speaking about bees, but they weren't speaking about bees. It was very coded.
I did a little research on bees. Plus, I've seen hundreds of them in my lifetime.
You're going, like literally bees.
And here's the part that sticks with me. Bees die when they sting. Kyle Robinson is alive. So how could he be the bee that did the stinging? These are questions people like Ben Shapiro don't want us to ask.
So there you have it. This was not supposed to be a segment. The entire show was supposed to be designed as an attack against me. And they wanted to cast a young person that was willing to lower themselves to do this. And this particular individual deserves
Candace
all the credit
Owens
in the
roast
world, actually,
show.
for doing the right thing here. And, I spoke with her.
All
and I
because
said, look, we're going to
she's
block
going
your name.
hard for her
And she
friend.
said, I've prayed on it. And if you want to reveal my name, I don't really care. And I said, you should reveal your name because you're actually a hero in the story. And she didn't get the job because she went back to them and she wrote and said, I feel uncomfortable doing this. I'm going to show you that text message right now that she sent.
Oh, wow.
Hey, blank, I want to be completely candid. I sat down to film the script that you sent me, but it doesn't feel true to what I really believe in regards to making fun of Candace. I may not be the right fit for this one, which bums me out because I want to work with you guys very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity and for thinking of me. And you think the person would come up and be like, oh no, that was just like one episode. Nope. That's it.
Said okay.
Understood. More opportunities down the road. Merry Christmas.
Oh,
These
wow.
fumes have taken over the internet, and if you don't have them yet, you are completely missing
Oh, wow.
out. I'm breaking down exact.
Y'all, listen. Hit the double tap the face of the phone. I'm over 3 hours. Double tap and get the likes up. Double tap if you haven't already. Or hit the 3 dots at the very top right, or just the thumbs up. 428 people in here. Hit the like button. Please. And thank you. Because I can go to sleep right about now at 12 o'clock. So double tap. Or go ahead and leave at this. Oh, been on ships, been in shootouts, or yeah. Get the likes up, I ain't playing.
Like Ochas everywhere. They're basically known for recreating that luxury experience.
It's required. It's required. If we're going to give you a show, we can make you a star. We can make you a star, but you have to be willing to attack Candace Owens. That's what we are casting for. So Maggie did not get the role, okay? Maggie did not get the role. And I do think Maggie, like I said to you on the phone, and you were comfortable with it. You said your name is Maggie. 3 million followers by the end of this episode across social media. For being a decent human being, that should be enough. You should never have somebody who is casting you to do their dirty work, because that's what's happening here. And there's something about this that is just such an act of cowardice, to have people go out like they are pawns and pretending that you're doing this because you're interested in doing a show, when in reality you just hate Tucker Carlson and Candace. But it's deeper than this, right? The show is cheesy. It's crazy. We've been doing this now for 2 years, but I'm going to explain to you why this is suddenly beginning to feel dangerous to me. When you get to the part where you are coming up with show ideas and casting people as attack dogs that are young and have their whole lives ahead of them and who are talented and can contribute something else. And I was venting about this to my cousin, Mia. Mia, who I just brought with me for no reason for vibes, because she just reads things correctly and she says very little, but she just hits it usually about certain people. I was venting to her this morning.
What you watching?
How wrong this is. Like how I feel like I left a cult that I didn't know that I was in. And then she put it so perfectly. I said, feels like I left a gang. And she said, yeah, you got to get jumped to leave a gang.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, actually. You want to leave the blood and casting people as attack dogs that are young and have their whole lives ahead of them and who are talented and can contribute something else. And I was venting about this to my cousin, Mia. Mia, who I just brought with me for no reason for vibes, because she just reads things correctly and she says very little, but she just hits it usually about certain people. And I was venting to her this morning about how wrong this is, like how I feel like I left a cult that I didn't know that I was in. And then she put it so perfectly. I said, feels like I left a gang. And she said, yeah, you got to get jumped to leave a gang. Yeah, actually. You want to leave the Bloods? You want to leave the Crips? Let me tell you how this is going to work. We're going to beat you. Like, literally beat you within an inch of your life. That's what it feels like. And I said back to her, I said, yeah, but they've been beating me for 2 years now. 2 years now. And this is feeling increasingly deranged and out of control. So further to that point, I want to let you guys know some more things, because there had been a lot of rumor, innuendo, but also a lot of facts surrounding the reasons that I was fired from the Daily Wire. The clearly immoral and impractical stance that I publicly expressed, that genocide is always wrong, was revealed by Jeremy Boring in that town hall as a reason why I was fired. Also, I said the clearly immoral, I had the clearly immoral position that, quote, pornography is harming men. That was another reason that was expressed by then CEO Jeremy in the company-wide
but what if stand down? I don't grow past that. So what if you grow past that or realize that what you thought that life was about ain't what that life is about, or I have rose above, the bull crap, and I see, I just see the devil in it. I'm no longer blind. So you mean, Tim, I just can't walk out? What if I just don't want to stay down? You gonna make me stay down? Then it really ain't down. If you gotta make me stay down, it ain't down. If somebody don't want, see, if you try to make somebody stay down, then either you gonna be betrayed or you gonna betray. Because you really don't want to be in this. So you're going to either infiltrate or they going to take you out. So let me just leave. Because I don't want to do no snitching, and I don't want, oh shit. But this is what happens when you play with the devil.
Utterly deranged reason, immoral and impractical.
See, that's how I kind of look at it. I look at it like, devil, you can't just lead the devil like that. Walking out isn't an option on their level. They got an insight, fear, or worse. Yeah, that's what happened to Charlie Kirk. I mean, that's he was into. I think if I can keep it real with y'all, I think that some of these, even as far as some of the rap, some of these odd independent artists that was tried to be persuaded, and they showed them some things that, they probably would have rather have not seen. And, once the dots fully connect. And so what you gonna do with what you saw? So what you gonna do with that? I mean, I don't let you. You said you wanted to do business. Now I showed you everything. So now what you gonna do with it? And Lord in heaven, don't let it be, you know, they gave you an offer for something and you turned it down in their face. Whew, what? Then it's like, who the fuck you think you are? You know, I just think it's a lot of dots are connected and we just don't know how deep some stuff is, but it's all full circle. Especially now that we know the cartel, the Siniola cartel is involved. I mean, because I know they got the El Chapo and El Mayo. Hell, Hernandez that just got pardoned, he's a part of that cartel as well. So he just pardoned one of their business partners. If folk don't know that the elite organized crime, that if they don't think it includes drugs, they in for a rude awakening. If they don't think that Trump, the dump them, are not, as far as what they considered non-touchable drug dealers, y'all, if they into trafficking minors and kids, they're into drugs. I mean, what do you think the CIA, why do you think that Mitch Snow guy was banned for talking about it, and the cartel had his whole family addresses and he was, you know, all of that because he found that tunnel. And it's when he learned the CIA was involved. It's when he learned he was being punished for what he discovered. Yeah, y'all better wake up. So when people say no drugs in the U.S., well, tell that to Trump. He's a part of the organized crime. That includes drugs. That's why he let Honduras, loose. Y'all better stay woke.
Stance that I publicly expressed that genocide is always wrong was revealed by Jeremy Boring in that town hall as a reason why I was fired. Also, I said the clearly immoral, I had the clearly immoral position that, quote, pornography is harming men. That was another reason that was expressed by then CEO Jeremy in the company-wide town slave hanging that was hosted because for some utterly deranged reason that seemed to be an appropriate way to punish me in front of my peers. But another reason that I was fired was because I insinuated in an episode that I had done while I was at the Daily Wire, when I was speaking about Michael Jackson, that it's plausible that Hollywood is being run by a gang. I'm sorry.
Oh, wait, what? And the gang took out Michael Jackson?
Why is that a fireable offense? What? Pornography is harming men. That was another reason that was expressed by then CEO Jeremy in the company-wide town slave hanging that was hosted.
Oh, wow.
Because for some
did I miss this?
Deranged and out of control. So further to that point, I want to let you guys know some more things because there had been a lot of rumor, innuendo, but also a lot of facts surrounding the reasons that I was fired from the Daily Wire. The clearly immoral and impractical stance that I publicly expressed that genocide is always wrong was revealed by Jeremy Boring in that town hall as a reason why I was fired. Also, I said the clearly immoral, I had the clearly immoral position that, quote, pornography is harming men. That was another reason that was expressed by then CEO Jeremy in the company-wide town slave hanging that was hosted because for some utterly deranged reason that seemed to be an appropriate way to punish me in front of my peers. But another reason that I was fired was because I insinuated in an episode that I had done while I was at the Daily Wire, when I was speaking about Michael Jackson, that it's plausible that Hollywood is being run by a gang. sorry. Why is that a fireable offense? Why is it a fireable offense? Actually, factually speaking, Hollywood was started by gangs. Yes, there were Jewish mafia, my peers. But another reason that I was fired was because I insinuated in an episode that I had done while I was at the Daily Wire, when I was speaking about Michael Jackson, that it's plausible that Hollywood is being run by a gang. I'm sorry. Why is that a fireable offense? Why is it a fireable offense? Actually, factually speaking, Hollywood was started by gangs. Yes, there were Jewish mafiosos, bootleggers. So why is it totally beyond the realm of possibility that it's still being run by a gang? And why would somebody be fired for saying that? In fact, being fired for merely surmising that it's possible only leads me to believe
that's true.
that it most definitely is being run by a gang.
Absolutely.
And that maybe that's the point of what Michael Jackson, Britney Spears, Kanye West, Justin Bieber, too many others have been trying to get across to us. Even Justin Baldoni, actually, when I read the lawsuit and I realized they were trying to stage a hostile takeover of the rights to his movie. That's it. Everything else was noise.
His Sony.
They said, we want this.
Yeah.
They sent out Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively to go and get it. That's what I actually believe happened in a nutshell. That was what the Justin Baldoni case was about.
Right.
And if it is a gang, that it most definitely is being run by a gang. And that maybe that's the point of what Michael Jackson, Britney Spears, Kanye West, Justin Bieber, too many others have been trying to get across to us. Even Justin Baldoni, actually, when I read the lawsuit and I realized they were trying to stage a hostile takeover of the rights to his movie. That's it. Everything else was noise. They said, we want this. And they sent out Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively to go and get it. That's what I actually believe happened in a nutshell. That was what the Justin Baldoni case was about. And if it is a gang, an entertainment gang, if you will, that I and Charlie Kirk both un ourselves up for, then allow me to express that I have been getting jumped out for the last 2 years. And Charlie Kirk, well, guess what? He wasn't so lucky. He's dead now. He's dead now. When he wanted out, he was killed.
They took him out.
And Ben Shapiro's behavior since Charlie Kirk's assassination leads me to believe that he may know more than the public knows about Charlie Kirk's death. That's how I deeply feel. I feel that in my soul. He's behaving as though Charlie's company was promised to him 3,000 years ago, okay? Like he assumed that he would somehow benefit off of his death, and I'm getting in the way of that somehow. And by the way, if he did benefit from Charlie's death, it would not be the first time. In fact, it wouldn't be the first time at all that Ben Shapiro sought to pervert the legacy of a dead man to his own benefits.
Absolutely.
What am I talking about? Yeah, I'm talking about Ben Shapiro did before he started the Daily Wire. Now, I know that I played this clip for you guys before, but I want to play it again and then to tell you the story that I know about it, because I think it will probably stick in you. It's a clip of Steve Bannon, first and foremost, telling the audience at AmFest in response to Ben Shapiro screaming about everybody. Steve Bannon gets up and he replies, and he tells the truth about Ben Shapiro because he knows Ben Shapiro from Breitbart. And no matter what you think about Steve Bannon, he's always been very good to me. I can confirm to you what he is about to share on this stage is absolute truth. Take a listen.
But Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads.
Oh, wow.
It's a cancer and it metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart and I ran him out of there. He tried to take over David Horowitz's, who was his mentor. Don't ask me. Ask the guys associated with David Horowitz what he did there. He tried to take that over. And mark my word, he will make a move on Turning Point because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
Oh, wow.
As CIO, I connected our teams through Jira AI-powered teamwork software.
He has always been envious. He replies, and he tells the truth about Ben Shapiro because he knows Ben Shapiro from Breitbart. And no matter what you think about Steve Bannon, he's always been very good to me. I can confirm to you what he is about to share on this stage is absolute truth. Take a listen.
Oh, wow.
But Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer It's a cancer and it metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart and I ran him out of there. He tried to take over David Horowitz's, who was his mentor. Don't ask me. Ask the guys associated with David Horowitz what he did there. He tried to take that over. And mark my word, he will make a move on Turning Point because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
Fact. He has always been envious of Charlie Kirk. Fact. The story about what he did at Breitbart is a lot darker than anybody could possibly know. Well, you're all about to know it right now.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, he's tried to take over a lot of companies hostily, including mine before it even got started. Via lawsuit. Just going to bankrupt us before we could even get started after you fired me. Just trying to squeeze us so that we didn't even have an out. What has he been talking about? Really? Well, publicly, Ben has represented himself as having been mentored by Andrew Breitbart. Ben loved Andrew Breitbart, ostensibly, right? No. Ben's a parasite. He's a worm. I meant that. He sees health and he believes that it belongs to him. His trade is not commentary, it's not politics, it's theft. And in the case of Andrew Breitbart, he behaves like a maggot on a corpse, like he's doing right now with Charlie Kirk. It was March 1st of 2012 when Andrew Breitbart dropped dead from an apparent heart attack. I am saying apparent because it's actually another mysterious political death, which, by the way, in your own time, you should look into that, okay? Because Andrew Breitbart was a powerhouse. He was in his prime, just 43, and suddenly he's starting to step on some toes, saying he has been mentored by Andrew Breitbart. Ben loved Andrew Breitbart, ostensibly, right? No. Ben's a parasite. He's a worm. I meant that. He sees health and he believes that it belongs to him. His trade is not commentary, it's not politics, it's theft. And in the case of Andrew Breitbart, he behaves like a maggot on a corpse, like he's doing right now with Charlie Kirk. It was March 1st of 2012 when Andrew Breitbart dropped dead from an apparent heart attack. I am saying apparent because it's actually another mysterious political death, which, by the way, in your own time, you should look into that, okay? Because Andrew Breitbart was a powerhouse. He was in his prime, just 43, and suddenly he's starting to step on some toes, saying he has some information. Next thing you know, he's dead. Again, allegedly a heart attack, but something funny happened. A lot of funny things actually happened surrounding his death. The first and foremost utterly corrupt Los Angeles coroner's office conducted an autopsy because people were thinking, was he killed? Can you determine whether or not there was foul play here? But things went a little sideways when a forensic technician that was involved with the autopsy also wound up dead from military-grade arsenic poisoning. I kid you not. His name was Michael Cormier. He was 61 years old.
Who? Y'all still with me?
He decided after fact.
Are y'all still with me?
Happened. A lot of funny things actually happened surrounding his death. The first and foremost utterly corrupt Los Angeles coroner's office conducted an autopsy because people were thinking, was he killed?
Are y'all still with me? Am I spinning? Or what's going on? Give me some ones or something. Hello? Oh, okay. There we go. Okay.
Determine whether or not there was foul play here, but things went a little sideways when a forensic technician that was involved with the autopsy also wound up dead from military-grade arsenic poisoning. I kid you not. His name was
Y'all
Michael
better check
Cormier.
Kim Porter.
He was 61 years old. And for whatever reason, he decided, after being involved with this autopsy, to ingest military-grade arsenic poisoning. And his wife says, no, he wouldn't just poison himself with military-grade arsenic poisoning, but who knows, guys? Just weird stuff tends to happen, particularly in Los Angeles. Whether you're talking about Michael Jackson, for those of you who had read Chaos, we know what this is all about. They control everything there. But enough about that, because we're not going to go down that rabbit hole. There's no evidence of foul play ever, according to the media. Ever. It's always a lone gunman, some arsenic poisoning.
Wellness check.
And
she already gone.
Well-timed heart attack or whatever.
Test.
If you haven't yet worked out regarding the media.
Yeah.
They were part of the gang, I think. It's feeling that way. Back to Andrew Breitbart. It's also another coincidence But just 2 weeks before he died, Andrew hired a then 28-year-old Ben Shapiro to be the editor-at-large of Breitbart. Now, if Ben is to be believed, Andrew had known him since he was just 17 years old. Andrew had mentored Ben, but he didn't hire him to work at Breitbart until he was 28. And then 2 weeks later, Andrew Breitbart drops dead. And what happened next is exactly as Steve Bannon describes. There was an internal war that waged about what the direction of this healthy conservative company would be. Ben felt this company perhaps was also promised to him 3,000 years ago or something, because what happens next is pretty twisted. And to be clear, what I'm about to share with you, it's not innuendo. The story was not told to me from a third party, 3 other people. This story was directly told to me and Charlie Kirk. We were in New Mexico at a corporate retreat, and we heard it straight from the chiefs at Breitbart. Charlie and I were venting about how difficult Ben was making it for us. And a chief shared with us the true story of how Ben started the Daily Wire on Scandal. Do you guys remember Michelle Fields? That story of 2016? If you don't worry, I'm going to remind you. The story goes that Donald Trump was running for president against Hillary Clinton, and he chose Corey Lewandowski to be his campaign manager. And the whole media was against Donald Trump, except for Breitbart. They were going, this guy's, he's our guy. And because of that, because they had banked on how people were feeling in this country, because they had banked in the populist movement, they were exploding. They were huge. Anyways, Corey Lewandowski is a campaign manager, and suddenly news breaks that Corey Lewandowski apparently assaulted a reporter that was working at Breitbart, Michelle Fields, at an event. Michelle Fields comes out and says that this happened. She even shows bruises, right? Do we have the photo of the bruises that this happened to her? Because, that's it. You have to think about Trump treats women, and now we got to look at this organization that she works for, the only conservative organization that's standing behind Donald Trump. Are you untrue? Because they had banks in the populist movement, they were exploding. They were huge. Anyways, Corey Lewandowski is a campaign manager, and suddenly news breaks that Corey Lewandowski apparently assaulted a reporter that was working at Breitbart.
Meet my dad.
Ooh-wee.
Supports all his ends with flexible on my.
Ooh-wee.
Michelle Fields at an event. Michelle Fields comes out and says that this happened. She even shows bruises, right? Do we have the photo of the bruises that this happened to her? Because, that's it. You have to think about how Trump treats women, and now we got to look at this organization that she works for, the only conservative organization that's standing behind Donald Trump. Are you still going to stand behind him, Breitbart? Are you still going to, he's assaulted one of your reporters. And they didn't make an immediate comment on it because, it was just an allegation that she made, and Ben didn't like that. And now he had this scandal regarding the assault. He didn't like Trump, and now he had this scandal. And because they didn't make a statement in support of their employee, which was this was kind of like Me Too before it became a hashtag the following year. A woman makes an allegation, there's demands for a company to stand behind her, but this particular company wanted to investigate the claims further, not on Ben's watch. So on March 13th, 2016, Ben and Michelle Fields doubly decided that they were going to leave Breitbart in a glorious public statement that they would both make. Ben made a glorious one about the values of Andrew Breitbart, his dear friends that were now, his values have been violated. We're going to read the statement here. As a close personal friend and mentee of Andrew Breitbart's, it saddens me tremendously to announce that as of 9:00 p.m. Pacific time, I have resigned from Breitbart News as editor-at-large. I met Andrew when I was 17 years old and remained his friend until his tragic death. I signed on with Breitbart News 2 weeks before Andrew's death because I believed in his mission. I am proud of what we have accomplished in the years following his death, fighting back against the leftist media and debunking the left's key narratives.
So he be taking out people.
Friends of Breitbart News, including the editor-in-chief, Alex Marlowe, and editor-at-large, John Nolt. And I admire CEO Larry Slav for his dedication to ensuring a financial future for Andrew's widow, Susie, and his 4 children. Andrew built his life and career on one mission: fight the bullies. But Andrew's life mission has been betrayed. Indeed, Breitbart News, under the chairmanship of Steve Bannon, has put a stake through the heart of Andrew's legacy. In my opinion, Steve Bannon is a bully. And he has sold out Andrew's mission in order to back another bully, Donald Trump. He has shaped the company into Trump's personal Pravda.
Who is this?
Ironic there. To the extent that he abandoned and undercut his own reporter, Breitbart News' Michelle Fields, in order to protect Trump's bully campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, who allegedly assaulted Michelle. I spoke with Michelle the night after the incident. She told me her story. That story was backed by audio tape, eyewitness testimony from the Washington Post's Ben Terrace, physical bruises, and a videotape. Both Lewandowski and Trump maligned Michelle in the most repulsive fashion. Meanwhile, Breitbart News not only stood by and did nothing outside of tepidly asking for an apology, they then attempted to abandon Michelle by silencing staff from tweeting or talking about the issue. Finally, in the ultimate indignity, they undermined Michelle completely by running a poorly evidenced conspiracy theory as their lead story, in which Michelle and Terrace had somehow misidentified Lewandowski. This is disgusting. Andrew never would have stood for it. No news outlet would stand for it. Nobody should. It truly breaks my heart. But as I'm fond of saying, facts don't care about your feelings, and the facts are undeniable. Breitbart News has become precisely the reverse of what Andrew would have wanted. Steve Bannon and those who follow his lead should be ashamed of themselves. So you get it. He's moral. It's a scandal, but he's moral. And the very next day, he then promotes the Daily Wire. And guess what? It worked. A bunch of people left Breitbart News and stopped watching Breitbart News and followed Daily Wire. This is going to be principled conservatism. They're not going to stand behind bullies, and they're going to stand up for their employees. Get it? Of course, the truth is a very different story. What really happened, again, told to me first person by the executives over at Breitbart News. What really happened was that Ben had been not happy with the fact that they were not making him the king of Breitbart, had begun quietly building Daily Wire at the end of 2015, but didn't have enough gumption behind it. People were not getting behind the Daily Wire in the way that they anticipated, because they needed a scandal, okay? And they decided to do that. So they decided to create a scandal because there was no energy behind it. So he and his best friend, Jamie Weinstein, decided to cook up a scandal. And if you're wondering who Jamie Weinstein is, he's a political journalist. He's a podcaster. At that time, I believe he was working for the National Review, which is Neocon Central. But the more relevant fact that was told to me is that Jamie Weinstein is Michelle Fields' husband. So the public was led to believe that they were drumming up all this controversy because this woman, which was later proved that her bruises could not have been from Corey Lewandowski, because the bruises that she showed were not where Corey Lewandowski, when the tape finally got released, where he touched her. By then, the damage had been done to Breitbart. They never recovered, by the way. Breitbart never recovered from this scandal that was allegedly manufactured by Ben Shapiro and his friend Jamie Weinstein to attack at the time, very conservative movement, and to turn it into Neocon Central. It's a lot like what it feels we are examining with Turning Point USA right now. Like the person who was at the head of that company, the person that believed in our principles and believed in free speech, is now dead, and neocons are staging a hostile takeover of his legacy and of his brand. And I'm saying no to that. I'm saying that this cannot happen. I am actually maybe taking a page out of Ben's book and standing up to the actual bullies who have been operating behind the scenes and going after people, and quite literally, the very person who blackballed me through his contact list, having donors put pressure on Charlie Kirk, because that's how he moves. When you see these messages,
and work with them to take out Charlie, say it.
Make it happen, make it seem like it's a show, but attack Candace. That is the true Ben Shapiro. And like I said, these are not the only companies he has gone after. He is telling you the truth about what happened with David Horowitz, Freedom Center, me, the Babylon Bee.
Everyone.
It's all about taking over healthy companies when they're in their prime and just pretend.
Everybody who is a believer in Jesus Christ and have a personal relationship with him is who you want to pray for you. Yeah, no, everybody can't pray for you, precious. You only want the true believers. The Bible says the prayers of the righteous. So you only want the righteous And Lord, you know who is righteous. You know who is truly righteous. Yeah. So we got to be direct in what we're asking for. Everybody can't pray for you. He said the prayers of the righteous availeth much. Nothing. Yeah, that's who we want to pray with. For you and Mrs. Tom and Debbie and Stop Playing. Everyone that I know who has told me that they are sick. We want the prayers of the righteous to avail and heal. Amen. Let's go.
Like your growth is organic. And yeah, they're behaving like a gang. And I'm serious. I'm coming to you guys in earnest when I say that there is something that feels dangerous about this. Like he is growing increasingly more unhinged and more focused on me, more focused on stopping
Thank
me.
you, Specs.
And it can't happen.
This is where I talk about what I liked in my first box. If I hadn't already been using them since the beginning of the year, could you...
Y'all know we family over here. Stop playing.
Not to happen.
You know we family. Yeah, that's how we do. We got to stand in the gap for one another. The devil is busy. He comes to kill, steal, and destroy. Yeah. We got to be mindful together. Let's go.
For healthy companies when they're in their prime and just pretending like your growth is organic. And yeah, they're behaving like a gang. And I'm serious. I'm coming to you guys in earnest when I say that there is something that feels dangerous about this.
Oh, so
like he is growing.
And, oh Lord, let me put your name in there, Sly Brown. I know I've been missing you. I have my surgery. So you have surgery in a day. Oh well, yeah. Then we need to ask God to go in and represent the doctors. Let the doctor to make sure he make that surgery go A-okay to perfection. I haven't had that type of surgery, but when I travel, I ask for God to be the pilot of the plane, baby, to get me there and from. So yeah, we want God to be the doctors. I want you to go in and move those hands accordingly to do exactly what it's supposed to do for healing. Not to keep you on managed care. No, for healing, restoration. Yeah, we want restoration. Y'all better not give me the preaching. Let's go.
Increasingly more unhinged and more focused on me, more focused on stopping me. And it can't happen.
I know, Dorothy.
It cannot happen. So I'm not going to allow it to happen. I'm going to tell you guys the truth about what's going on behind the scenes. I have basically said we need to take real action against him. Nobody should have to go through this, whether they are artists in Hollywood. Now I understand why he may be taking a page out of Ben's book and standing up to the actual... By then, the damage had been done to Breitbart. They never recovered, by the way. Breitbart never recovered from this scandal that was allegedly manufactured by Ben Shapiro and his friend Jamie Weinstein to attack at the time, very conservative movement and to turn it into Neocon Central. It's a lot like what it feels we are examining with Turning Point USA right now. Like the person who was at the head of that company, the person that believed in our principles and believed in free speech is now dead, and neocons are staging a hostile takeover of his legacy and of his brand. And I'm saying no to that. I'm saying that this cannot happen. I am actually maybe taking a page out of Ben's book and standing up to the actual bullies who have been operating behind the scenes and going after people, and quite literally the very person who blackballed me through his contact list, having donors put pressure on Charlie Kirk, because that's how he moves. When you see these messages, what he did after AmFest, make a show, anything, make it happen, make it seem like it's a show, but attack Candace, that is the true Ben Shapiro. And like I said, these are not the only companies he has gone after. He is telling you the truth about what happened with David Horowitz's Freedom Center, me, the Babylon Bee. It's all about taking over healthy companies when they're in their prime.
Right.
And just pretending like your growth is organic. And yeah, they're behaving like a gang. And I'm serious. I'm coming to you guys in earnest when I say that there is something that feels dangerous about this.
Well, who introduced him to Charlie?
Increasingly more unhinged and more focused on me, more focused on stopping me. And it can't happen. It cannot happen. So I'm not going to allow it to happen.
This is what happens to me when you play with the devil. He will not let you go. Oh my God.
Guys, the truth about what's going on behind the scenes, I have basically said we need to take real action against him. Nobody should have to go through this, whether they are artists in Hollywood. Now I understand why Kanye, after he burned everything to the ground, said to me, I feel like I'm finally free, because it is exactly like leaving a gang that you had no idea you were pledging, okay? I never wanted to be in a gang in my youth. I certainly never wanted to join a gang as an adult. I want to be on a microphone and share with people my ideas and speak about things that I care about and speak about people that I care about. People like Charlie Kirk, who is my friend, Ben, never was yours.
Say that.
You know he was never your friend. You know that.
Say that. He's my friend. That's why you mad that I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to fight for my friend. Yeah, you can fake a lot of things, boo-boo, but you can't fake like you his friend, because I'm his friend to the end. That's what I got from that. He is not your friend. It's my friend. God dang it. And baby, everybody should have one like you. I ain't lying.
And so, I'm not going to allow it to happen. I'm going to tell you guys the truth about what's going on behind the scenes. I have basically said we need to take real action against him. Nobody should have to go through this, whether they are artists in Hollywood. Now I understand why Kanye, after he burned everything to the ground, said to me, I feel like I'm finally free, because it is exactly like leaving a gang that you had no idea you were pledging. Okay, I never wanted to be in a gang in my youth. I certainly never wanted to join a gang as an adult. I want to be on a microphone and share with people my ideas and speak about things that I care about and speak about people that I care about. People like Charlie Kirk, who is my friend, Ben, never was yours. You know he was never your friend. You know that you never liked him. Stop. What you are doing actually is despicable. At least you can pretend you were Andrew Breitbart's friend. And as the person said to me at Breitbart, you are truly an evil human being, because Andrew loved you and you moved to take food out of his son's mouth by destroying the company that he built. None of this is normal. I want to say that as well. None of this is normal. Wow. I want you guys to know that if you wake up today and you decide to quit your job, your employer should not stalk you for 2 years. It shouldn't happen. They shouldn't be following you.
He's obsessed.
Chasing you in the courtroom for every infraction, trying to bankrupt you, calling people, reaching out to donors, trying to stop business relationships, getting in the way of sponsorships. None of this is normal, but I am afraid, I believe that this is indeed how the world works.
Sabotage is real.
That these people that have platforms are smarter than you. Guys, I don't believe that they have better business wit than you do. I think they're more evil than you.
That's right.
That's what I believe. I think they are willing to do things that most of us are just prevented from doing because we have a human soul. We don't want to harm people. We don't want to lie. We don't want to steal. We don't want to cheat. We don't want to hostilely take over businesses, right? Our stomach does something. The idea of getting up and giving a speech in an auditorium in a room filled with people when somebody dies, somebody that you tried to prevent from having that success, as human beings, we go, ooh, that doesn't feel, I don't want to do that, right? Like I would never have the audacity to, God forbid, if something happened to someone that I don't like Barry Weiss, I would never say, I couldn't imagine, like, just doing the fake thing and getting up and I want to pay to open and speak about Barry Weiss. I loved her so much as a human being. That would disturb me, being that fraudulent.
Faking the
but
funk.
It doesn't with Ben, and that's why I think he's a scary dude. Yeah.
Yeah, you
because
can't fake
he's
the
missing
funk.
that chip. I asked myself, that is my question, Ben. What the hell happened?
Tell him. Yeah, we can't fake the funk. I can't fake the funk. It is what it is. If I don't like you, like, no. I can't fake the funk. I just can't. Ain't no future in front. Ain't that what they used to say? Ain't no future in your front. I don't like you.
To you as a kid. Something's wrong with you. What the hell happened to you as a child? And you know what I think the answer is, actually? I think the answer is nothing. Nothing.
They're not like us.
You just silver spoon in your mouth, never had to work for anything.
They're not like
you were told
us.
that
You
the
ain't
whole world
never
is yours
lied.
because you're born chosen and you can take whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. You can be a bad person. You've got lawyers, you've got money, you've got people that behave like gangsters that will make it all go away. I think precisely what happened to you is nothing. And that is what has fashioned you into this belly creature that we see today. Enough is enough. Leave me alone. We'll be back after a break.
You should have told
So I
him.
think it's pretty
or
obvious that there is a war on truth right now.
Ray.
You feel it, I feel it, and the biggest weapon that
come see you when you least expect it. You should have told him for Kanisha Day. Meet your ass at the corner store when you least expect it. Yeah. She pop out like the boogie girl. Boo. Yeah. Yeah, when you least expecting it, when you walking your dog. Yeah. What is it called? And I have a poo shiesty, a cap on my head. Yeah, I have a poo shiesty on. Yeah. And I put my finger to your head and say, "What's the procedure?" What's the procedure when I ask you to stop fucking with me and you continue to do so? What's the motherfucking procedure? What was her name on Set It Off? Oh, wow. Did she have a boy named Frankie? What's the procedure?
Flash Candace, or download the app for free on iOS or Android here in the USA, and it's built around that same idea of intentional mafia.
On you.
That's what he's going through. That's what I am living through. That people are organizing like they are quite Candace 10.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and take the baton from Kanye,
because
he might still be napping. We don't even know. He never got to express himself more fully before the world had a breakdown and pretended like he had, murdered a bunch of Palestinian children. When he was actually expressing was that people were behaving like they were in a mafia. That's what he was going through. That's what I am living through, that people are organizing
it's organized
like
crime. They are
quite literally in a mafia to try to destroy my life. And their goal is to emotionally break you, to make you psych 5150 you, like they did to Britney, right? Get you on drugs, like they do a lot of people that are in Hollywood. They get them addicted to drugs so that they can control them, to catch you in a compromised situation, to threaten to take your children away. These are their tactics to be able to control virtually everything, right? That's what they want. They don't want to see a company rise that they don't have a leg in, because they want to influence the masses. That's the reality. And that is why I am now understanding they are obsessed with me and Tucker. Why can't you just disagree with us? That is why they are now turning to Megyn Kelly in the same way, with the same viciousness. A funny story, actually, about that DEFCON 3 tweet. I don't know what happened. I don't even know what time of night it was. that inspired him to put out that tweet. What I can tell you is that tweet cost me many millions of dollars, okay?
What?
I was not with Kanye when he tweeted it. I did not retweet Kanye. I did not turning to Megyn Kelly in the same way, with the same viciousness. A funny story, actually, about that DEFCON 3 tweet. I don't know what happened. I don't even know what time of night it was that inspired him to put out that tweet. What I can tell you is that that tweet cost me many millions of dollars, okay? I was not with Kanye when he tweeted it. I did not retweet Kanye. I did not did not push a like when Kanye tweeted it. But I sure as hell got peer pressured and employer pressure to put out a statement against Kanye. It's just in retrospect, it's amazing because it's like, how about you put out a statement against Bibi Netanyahu?
Right.
I don't know. He's like a stone cold killer. He's mass murdering children. How about you put out an effing statement against Bibi Netanyahu?
Mm-hmm.
But no, the pressure came in, and I had just signed a larger deal with the Daily Wire for years, and I got brought into a conference room. The entire world condemned Kanye West. The entire world. I mean, it felt like the entire world. He lost his Adidas contract. He lost his Gap contract. That wasn't enough because they wanted me to do it, right? Because there's an element, if you're about sadistic, it's not enough to have your wife, your in-laws, your friends, your former friends, people that you've done music with, people that you've helped up, the whole world come out and condemn you. It's not enough to take the money away from you. Well, we're going to need Candace Owens to do it too. And I said no. I said no. I said I'm not going to come out and condemn Kanye because I wasn't there. I didn't do anything, and I don't think that's necessary. I think he's going through enough. He's my friend. That's what I said.
Wow.
Then I got yelled at and voices were raised. It was like, why won't you just make a statement to make it easy for us to say something against Kanye, this relationship, blah, 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 blah. And I said no. And they said, okay, well then here's what we're going to do. We're going to change the contract. And instead of being paid X amount of years, you are going to only get this. Are you willing to do that? I said, yeah. I'm willing to lose the money. Take the money, obviously, because he's my friend. And I will never forget the words that I said in that conference room to Jeremy Boring, because it's so true today, and I feel so good about myself that I cannot be purchased. I said, most of the world considers me to be a formidable enemy, but actually, the reality is I'm a very formidable friend. And that's how I'd like to be remembered, as a formidable friend. And I said, one day you might need me as a formidable friend. And that was that. And you know what?
Wow.
Fast forward, and it looks like the person who actually is needing me.
Yeah, I do know that made me love her more, right? Right, she takes her friendships very serious. Very serious. This really makes me love it more. She just not just doing this for Charlie. This ain't the first time that she have chose a friend. She done gave up millions. She put an S on that. Wow. That's what's up. That is absolutely what's up. Bravo to her. Thank you, Juliana. Dang. That's cold blood, baby. Talking about character and integrity, you know. Because people will find 50 million reasons. They'll find everything that you did wrong. You could have said they hair was ugly when y'all was kids, and they be like, well, she did say my hair was ugly, and you know, come up with 50 million reasons to justify doing it versus staying solid and true. Yeah, that's a different type of integrity for me. Yeah, shout out to her.
I said, yeah, I'm willing to lose the money, take the money, obviously, because he's my friend. And I will never forget the words that I said in that conference room to Jeremy Boring, because it's so true today, and I feel so good about myself that I cannot be purchased. I said, most of the world considers me to be a formidable enemy, But actually, the reality is I'm a very formidable friend. And that's how I'd like to be remembered, as a formidable friend. And I said, one day you might
she
meet
left
me as a formidable friend.
Scientology.
And that was that. And you know what? Fast forward, and it looks like the person who actually is needing me as a formidable friend is Charlie Kirk. And I am a formidable friend, and he knew I was a formidable friend, and they are learning that lesson. And I am deadly serious on that topic of defending my friends, their honor. If they're going through something, if I have something to say to Kanye, okay, it's not Judas culture. I don't just hang him out to dry because everybody else is doing it and it's fashionable. And you can't tempt people with millions to do something like that. That's despicable. That's despicable. Anyways, it is especially hilarious to me that this whole strategy seems to be mocking me for having a dream that Charlie was betrayed. That's the joke, right? That's the in the no joke. She's just, it's a dream. It's a vibe. It's a vision. It's hilarious because it's ironic. It proves that these people literally had no meaningful relationship with Charlie Kirk himself. Charlie was the king of dreams. It's insane how many messages I have with Charlie Kirk about his dreams. He believed his dreams. You guys have no idea. The vivid dreams. I've only showed you one of the text messages. Since he was a kid, he had those dreams, by the way. And last year, I was like going through a lot, reading back through our text exchanges. It was, I'll be honest with you, it was kind of scary. I did consult a priest. I felt like I needed spiritual guidance because I don't know everything. I don't know how the world works. How was I supposed to suddenly then contend, not just with his murder, but contend with having to read so many messages, so many precise messages of Charlie, so convinced that he was going to die young. Like just telling me that repeatedly, he was going to die young. And that turning point was going to be involved, as I showed you, and there was more. And a lot of that still disturbs me. Messages that I found, for one, that didn't register to me as weird then, but one message that I found was Charlie writing to me, like I'm not allowed to go anywhere without security. In retrospect, why? It was shade for security, where Dan Flood came out of and Brian Harpole. I have the text about that. Charlie was not allowed to go anywhere without security.
Wow.
I want you guys to remember, this was not when Charlie was well known. I was not well known. Charlie was not well known. Turning Point was in its infancy, didn't have its big blow up money, didn't have that kind of money at all. And yet, already, he was not allowed to go anywhere without security. I find that to be odd. Then there was this older man, an older Jewish man that he was seeing for spiritual reasons. And he was an older guy that was from Chicago. And Charlie and him, if memory serves correct, met through whatever special X-Men school, gifted school for the gifted, that Charlie had to attend. Like he was matched with Charlie somehow through that school. And Charlie would open up a lot to this particular man about his vivid dreams. About I keep dreaming I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die.
Lord, so he was being groomed too.
I don't know how he got assigned to this man, but I do know that also Charlie would say this guy is like the Oracle. He also has dreams. Quite literally, Charlie uses that word. He's like, he also has dreams, and I've met him, and like he made those dreams up. That's what Charlie told me. I promise you, I'm telling you the truth. I'm going to show you this. Anyway, the point is that when Charlie and I got together, before things blew up with the Kanye tweet, this man who Charlie would go see to discuss these intense visions that he was having about his death, this man didn't dissuade Charlie. He wasn't like, oh, like I was saying, like, oh, you're just probably need some sleep. Oh, you're just nervous. You're just excited. This guy pretty much all but confirmed to Charlie that he was going to die. He wouldn't tell him how. He told him, like, but your death will save humanity. This was in 2018, early 2018, okay? So I wasn't taking much of this conversation too seriously. Like, I just didn't really know what to really make of it. But this man, he also expressed to Charlie a lot of interest in me and Charlie's friendship. And it was like a movie. Charlie had expressed to him that he felt, which I showed you guys, that he was like a time traveler and he had to come back and he had to find me for some reason. And then that man explained to him that we were all prisms of light and that certain prisms of light were meant to refract and others were not meant to refract, and that Charlie and I were refracting. Anyways, I'm telling you this. I have a text message to back this up. But also that Charlie's life was going to be short. I'm going to show you this message because I read these things. I don't know what to make of them other than LOL to anybody laughing at my dream, okay? Charlie wrote, he won't tell you what he saw. He hasn't told me intentionally. just that I'm there and it's bad. And then he says, so the dreams I get, and then he sends me sometimes a lot of darkness. He says that I'm being shaped for a time to save humanity.
I can see that.
It's just so crazy to me to read back on this.
I can see that. I can see that right now.
We have this discussion about
I said that yesterday. I didn't say it like that. I didn't say it like that. I didn't say it like that. But what I said yesterday was kind of tapping in to that when I said that had it not been for his death, a lot of revelation, a lot of spiritual awareness. Yeah, the MK Ultra, but I believe that though, because a lot of what we're more aware of now, I don't think necessarily the light would have clicked had he not died, and their performance, death, and the statue that they made of him, as far as putting him on this pedestal of comparison to legends in time, and then the half-staff flag and just all of this, like, who is this kid? I mean, this young guy. Why are they acting like he is the second coming of Christ? Who is he? And then the verbiage that was coming out of his mouth did not measure what he said he was. So I can see that. It has brought a lot of awareness and exposure. Because had it not, the breaking down of their lies would not be so intense. So I do believe that his death brought some revelation. The internet is the reason so many people finally woke up. The internet? What do you mean? That ain't what woke me up. Charlie Kirk and are about to go at it with pressure. I remember the day. And I was like, now who? Because, I've dealt with some wolves in sheep clothing. And so my radar will, my instincts and intuition and all of that will kick in and go into overdrive. So it made me stop and pay attention and listen with my good ear to catch, because at that point I saw a wolf in sheep clothing. Until Candace, I will be honest, is she provided things that he was experiencing that we didn't know, or I didn't know about. If I just would have went off of what I saw on the internet, then I just would have thought, I would have just stopped at he was a wolf in sheep clothing. He was a deceiver. And then they were manipulating the Bible, to take over the Christians to convert to Zionists. So yeah, I get that. Now, I don't know who that man sounds to me like he was grooming him, but that information I can see. And I can see why it looked dark. And I can see that too, spiritually. I can. As well as why he didn't want to tell him.
Hasn't told me intentionally, just that I'm there and it's bad. Right. He says, so the dreams I get, and then he sends me sometimes a lot of darkness. He says that I'm being shaped for a time to save humanity. It's just so crazy to me to read back on this and how many times we would have this discussion about Charlie telling me he was going to die young and that he was going to save humanity. It's just so bizarre.
I know.
And then constantly telling me the next step, like I would have to defend him. There are so many messages like this. And again, the reason why I'm sharing this with you is because it's such a nonsense, and it is so ironic to have people then mock me for saying that I had a dream, and I feel as strongly about the dream that I had that Charlie was betrayed by people closest to him.
Right.
Like nothing could stop Charlie from believing that he was going to die and that I would stand up for him. Nothing you can say, no jokes you can make, no shows you can no right. That is going to pull me away from the feeling.
Yeah, I knew he was
knowing.
betrayed.
It is so deep. It is a knowing. It's not even a feeling. It's a knowing. It's not a dream to me. It's like a prophecy. It's like Charlie was betrayed. I don't know what else to say to you.
Yeah, he was betrayed.
And I hope I give you guys the permission to believe in something like that. You know, this whole world, I feel like, is designed.
He was definitely betrayed.
To make us not believe in ourselves. And I think that's something that Kanye used to say a lot too. Like they want you to follow the crowd. You can't sit with us. We're the cool kids, right? The cool kids all listen to this person. They all wear this color. Oh, the cool kids don't pay any mind when they have a very vivid dream. And Charlie in the dream says he was betrayed. Oh, the cool, it's not cool. I'm not trying to be cool. I just want everybody to know that I am not trying to be cool. I'm trying to get to the bottom.
Professor Fee, thank you. Specs,
and I intend to do that. I'm trying to get to the bottom of what the hell this situation has to do with Ben Shapiro. And I intend to do that. What is making Ben Shapiro nervous? Why am I being mocked for trying to figure out what happened to my friend? Why does it feel like I'm the only person who actually cares?
Because that's what narcissists do. They turn it around and make people believe there's something wrong with you. And right now, he's pissed because no one is believing him. So, you know, he still kind of have that Donald Trump syndrome. Why are they not believing me? You know, why can't I move past this? Why does she still have all those followers? Why are they listening to her? Why are they not believing me? Okay, so let's pull her people away from her. I'm already a thief. I already know how to move corporations. Let me move her crowd. Let me make fun of her. She's making us look like a fool. And it's supposed to, let's make her look like what? Yeah, that's fair.
The whole world knows that we're being lied to about what happened on September 10th, and yet the entire gang media apparatus is trying to convince us that that isn't so.
I appreciate this.
It's just not tracking. None of this is tracking, and I just know that this is bigger than me. That something very sinister happened,
absolutely,
and that more bad things will happen if we don't get to the bottom of what exactly took place on September 10th. That's how I feel. Make fun of that. Sure, it's a vibe, and I'm gonna ride that vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, further to that point, I had told you guys at the top, this is interesting because I just started cracking into this narrative of Tyler Boyer yesterday. And I had shared with you guys that he put everybody around Charlie. It's just a fact. It is. I was there. Mm-hmm. Tyler's the guy, and he's a bad dude. He is. And so it is pretty rich that this headline ran yesterday about an ex-Arizona lawmaker.
Oh, Lord, I forgot about this. Oh, Lord. She said, oh, he the dude. He brought everybody together. He put these people, these crooks, these deceivers, you know, my ace, my elite corporate con artists, yeah, in place for everybody to do what they do so that we can, what is it, Ocean 11, the biggest heist. Yeah, still you blind, still your whole corporation right in front of you. Mm-hmm. Ocean 11. Let's go.
Anyways, further to that point, I had told you guys at the top, this is interesting because I had just started cracking into this narrative of Tyler Boyer yesterday. And I had shared with you guys that he put everybody around Charlie. It's just a fact. It is. I was there. Tyler's the guy, and he's a bad dude. He is. And so it is pretty rich.
Come to find out that he's tied to Erica Kirk.
About an ex-Arizona lawmaker who's questioned election integrity is now being sentenced for using forged signatures. Now, I was telling you at the same time, Tyler's got his hand in Arizona politics. He's also pulling Charlie and helping to build Turning Point USA. And one person told me on record that he would also offer bribes to people, like I'll get you a job at Turning Point USA if you do this for me. I'll say allegedly, but I have it in writing that this person is saying that he was offered a job from Tyler Boyer. So the real world of politics and this,
and y'all remember Tyler Boyer, when it came down to the audits and the paperwork, he was pulling in more money and campaign donations than Charlie Kirk, when he made his own little side business under another LLC, and that his business was in the parking lot. Right? Y'all remember that? That's the same Tyler Boyer. So when it came down to that $8 million that was missing, yeah, Tyler Boyer.
We're being connected. Turning Point USA was being connected, and Turning Point
that was brought in, or was it that knows Erica Kirk? Yeah, and Erica Kirk brought him to Turning Point. I think that's what she. No. He brought her to Turning Point, put him in front of Charlie, the president. Let's go.
Action is who this former Republican lawmaker ended up working for. The article goes on to say that a former Republican lawmaker who questioned the integrity of Arizona's elections and served as a leader for the conservative group Turning Point Action is scheduled to be sentenced Tuesday for using nominating petitions that contained forged signatures in a bid to qualify for a 2024 primary election.
I was going to say, what year? What election?
They were being connected. Turning Point USA was being connected, and Turning Point Action is who this former Republican lawmaker ended up working for. The article goes on to say that a former Republican lawmaker who questioned the integrity of Arizona's elections and served as a leader for the conservative group Turning Point Action is scheduled to be sentenced Tuesday for using nominating petitions that contained forged signatures in a bid to qualify for a 2024 primary election.
For Trump.
This person is Austin Smith. He's 30. He pled guilty in mid-November to charges of attempted fraudulent schemes and practices and illegal signing of election petitions. He had acknowledged trying to use petitions with forged signatures that he knew were false, plus forging a dead woman's signature on a nominating petition. Smith represented an Arizona House district in the Phoenix suburbs for one term before dropping his re-election bid in 2024 when questions arose about signatures on his nominating petitions. He resigned at that time, so this was happening while he was at Turning Point Action, the campaign arm of Turning Point USA, which has become a major force in Arizona Republican politics. This is a kind of article that you should pay attention to because it is further certifying what I am telling you, okay? Tyler Boyer needs to be looked at and investigated further. And yes, how dare you question his friend? Well, people who commit crimes are open to committing crimes. I don't know what to say. I've been around. I've seen some stuff. Okay? If you're willing to commit fraud, if you're willing to use a dead person's signature to further your career, you're probably not against doing that everywhere you work. I don't know.
Y'all do remember Trump brought that up as that's what the Democrats was doing. You know, some of these people, you know, they're not even alive. So that was his people that did that and got busted. But then he turned around and made it seem like it was Democrats who was doing that. And it was Republicans that's tied to Trump.
Turning Point Action seems to be problematic. One of the early tips that we got from somebody inside of Turning Point USA was that a lot of money was missing from Turning Point Action. I'm still working to confirm that. I have another strong lead. But that money specifically was missing from Turning Point Action. And we know Charlie was establishing this Doge. So yeah, where there's smoke, there tends to be fire.
Absolutely.
And we all have the sense that
why
this is more than just smoke.
If it ain't gonna be
it's
a fire.
We're watching a house of cards collapse in real time. And I sense that a lot of people are going to be exposed. And that despite all the attacks that I'm going through, that at the end of the day, daylight is going to be the best disinfectant, and people are going to see that we were right, all of us, that all of us are right in the
What
feeling
a
that we
tangle
have about this
will they
organization,
weave when
and that we
they
don't have to keep
practice to
pretending, or I guess
deceive.
some of you guys were not pretending at all, but like we shouldn't pretend that anything that we're seeing is normal. I think Charlie found something out about his organization.
And God's
very
about
shortly
to
before he died.
expose your bad
And I think
deeds.
every day we are inching closer to determining what that something actually is. So I'm sorry that I had to dedicate this show not to further telling you more things that we discovered about Turning Point USA, but I wanted to fully respond to Ben Shapiro because I think that too is a piece of this. Like I've said,
Yeah, nip him, expose that, put his ass out there. I see you, boo. I see you, boo boo. You just as shitty as Trump nasty ass doctor. I see you, boo. Yeah.
he's making me uneasy, and no one should have to live through what I have lived through over the last 2 years. I didn't want to be in a gang when I was younger, did not want to be in a gang when I was older, and I don't like gang tactics, and that's exactly what this is. These are gang tactics.
You know,
that I have been effectively.
It's funny that she keeps saying this word gang, because I was about to say I've never been in a gang too, but I guess I think that I almost got put in one and didn't know it when I was young, like in high school, and one of my biggest fights was it was like 3 or 4 of us, and one of the girls that hung out, boyfriend was cheating on her. Or it was a new girl at school or something, I can't remember. I know the girl name, but I can't remember the situation, but they was gonna jump her. They was gonna, jump her. And I was like, I'm not gonna, because the girl was sweet, she was nice, and I got a mama that you can't hit nobody first. I don't care how cool you think you are, who you hang out with, you better not hit nobody first. So I was at an age where my mama spared no rod. But anyway, when it came down, when they asked me was I down, I was like, that girl, why y'all trying to jump on her? What she do? What she, And I said, I am not going to help y'all jump on that. He not my boyfriend. I'm not gonna do that. That girl is sweet. Wait, what? So because I said that I was not gonna help them jump on this girl because old girl boyfriend was flirting or fooling with the other girl, they decided that they was gonna jump me. They was gonna jump me, huh? And so I got word, they had it all planned out. They had it all planned out. Those 3 girls at lunch was gonna get me outside. You know how you sit at the table, y'all go outside and chit chat, get some air, whatever. And they was gonna start this up with me because I would not be the 4th person to jump one girl. I'll never forget this, man, because this is when George Foreman and it was a big old fight back then, boxing. And so I said, okay. So in my head, I kept saying, oh, just let me get to 5th period. If I could just get to 5th period, it's gonna be on and popping. Because the one who was the ringleader, we had 5th period together. She forgot she had 5th period with me. And baby, I made it to, the hallways, because they was looking for this big old fight. I'll never forget this. Everybody had gotten word that I was going to get jumped at lunch. Everybody knew except me. But I made it to fifth period. And I beat the fuck out of her. You understand? I knew I was going to get in trouble when I got home. Youth action got beat up. She got beat up. She threw my real Gucci. I had a real Gucci purse. She threw my purse down that hall, and all my stuff came swinging out that purse, and I tried to, I done beat her up. Now I'm dragging her down that little hallway and said I'll never forget Miss Harkins. I kept saying, she gonna pick up Miss Harkins was like, please, I'll pick it up. What has happened? What done got into you? I'll pick it up. She gonna pick it up. Man, I beat the fuck out of her. You done had this whole school thinking you finna jump me? Okay, please. You finna get this. You finna... Yes, youth action. He had a busted jaw because he got in the middle. Oh, baby, I didn't know who was supposed to help her, but I meant to whoop that ass. Yeah. And maybe a month or two, I was in the restroom. She came up in there and she said, you can fight. I didn't know that you could fight, but you can fight. And I said, okay. And she never messed with me again. We was never cool after that. So I guess because I refused to do that fight, that's what made me think about it. They was going to jump me. It's horrible. And they called my mama. Beat that. Yes, they called my mama. And told her that she had to come get me. Asked her, what do you feed her? What do you feed her? See? Oh, she got older sisters and brothers, and so child, she got to fight. But my mama said that are you calling the other girl's mama to come pick her up, them up from school? They said, well, no, ma'am, they ride the bus. And she said, well, I'm not for to leave my job to come get her. If they mama ain't for to leave their job to come get them. And that's what she said, put her on the phone. And then he put me on that phone. And she said, you bet not put your hands on one of them girls unless they touch you. And if they touch you, you go to work. I said, yes, ma'am. Now it wasn't a Catholic. And that's the beginning of the, no. I went to Catholic school in the summer of the 3rd. So like the 4th, 5th, 6th. And majority of 7th. No, that was high school. That was high school out north. If that's the case, you could have left me in the cliffs. You could have left me in the hood. I went to work. Just think about the whole school. Knowing that you finna get your ass whooped. 3 or 4 girls finna jump you? Oh, okay. Is that what we doing? Y'all, okay, I think we at the end. So, yeah, we got to be careful, and, because sometimes you be about to, because I guess they was finna jump me in. I don't know what they thought. I have no idea what they thought. But she left me alone that day for us. But she found out I really could fight.
Blindfolded, prevented from joining or competing in the free markets in a fair way. These certainly were not free markets at all. Through what I have lived through over the last 2 years, very shortly before he died.
Yeah, I don't do.
And I think every day we are inching closer to determining what that something actually is. So I'm sorry that I had to dedicate this show not to further telling you more things that we discovered about Turning Point USA, but I wanted to fully respond to Ben Shapiro because I think that too is a piece of this. Like I've said, he's making me uneasy, and no one should have to live through what I have lived through over the last 2 years. I didn't want to be in a gang when I was younger, did not want to be in a gang when I was older, and I don't like gang tactics, and that's exactly what this is. These are gang tactics. The fact that I have been effectively blindfolded, prevented from joining or competing in the free markets in a fair way. These certainly were not free markets at all. Restricting me in where I could speak, banned from Australia, having our YouTube channel demonetized, people calling our sponsors. I basically had to enter into this fight like blinded, muted, and with my hands tied behind my back.
No.
And
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You had to enter in by faith and not by sight. You needed to know that God will get you where you need to be without compromising yourself if you trust and believe in Him. See, the best thing that happened to her was for her to leave that cult and give her life to Christ. So that was just a test of faith. That was for her to see that if you trust me, you don't. I had all obstacles were removed. You had no crutches. You had no choice but to lean in and depend on God. Because nobody else would be entitled to get credit for it but God. So yeah, I understand that struggle. I understand that struggle. That's when you really defeat the odds. What they say when others, for what others mean for bad, God intends for good. It's all about faith. It's all about faith. Gotta trust and believe in God, even if the tests take you to the very edge, where you just don't know how you're going to do it. How are you going to be able to turn this around? Every door is slammed in your face. That's what that was about for you, Miss Candace.
Still winning.
Absolutely.
I'm winning because I've committed myself to truth, not to money. I've never cared about money. I've always made that clear. I don't care about money. That's why I turned down millions to say something about Kanye West.
I'm the way, the truth, and the light.
I care about truth, and I care about doing what's right. This, like I've said,
that was a test,
making
baby.
me uneasy.
She passed the test.
No one should have to live through what I have lived through over the last 2 years. I didn't want to be in a gang when I was younger. I did not want to be in a gang when I was older. And I don't like gang tactics, and that's exactly what this is. These are gang tactics. The fact that I have been effectively blindfolded, prevented from joining or competing in the free markets in a fair way. These certainly were not free markets at all. Restricting me in where I could speak, banned from Australia, having our YouTube channel demonetized, people calling our sponsors. I basically had to enter into this fight like blinded, muted, and with my hands tied behind my back. And I'm still winning. I'm winning because I've committed myself to truth, not to money. I've never cared about money. I've always made that clear. I don't care about money. And that's why I turned down millions to say something about Kanye West. I care about truth, and I care about doing what's right. And yeah, that's what I want to say about that. We'll take a brief break before I answer some of your questions. If your credit card balance is freaking you out after all the holiday.com/Owens, and you'll save additional giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate.
I see why I like
find
her.
Out if you qualify.
I see why I like her.
800-795-12/Owens.
At Raising Cane's, we focus on making the most chicken finger meals, getting them right every time.
This bomb saved.
Well, I say, she's been truthful as far as if something happens and change. But until
comments,
then,
people asking for Maggie's socials, and I'm going to give you. This is her Instagram page. It's Mags Wegner, Maggs. Wegner is spelled Wegner, and I would love everyone who watches this to go give her a follow. I think goodness has to win. Goodness has to win, and I would have never known this person. I had no idea that she just did the right thing and said, "Hey, I don't feel comfortable doing this," and what I said to her was, "You will be rewarded for it." And so the tougher decision in the moment is this, to go give her a follow. I think goodness has to win. Goodness has to win. /Owens. Getting a lot of comments, people asking for Maggie's socials, and I'm going to give you, this is her Instagram page. It's Mags Wegner, Maggs. Wegner is spelled Wegner, and I would love everyone who watches this to go give her a follow. I think
Good night. I'm right behind you.
And I would have never known this person. I had no idea that she just did the right thing and said, hey, I don't feel comfortable doing this. And what I said to her was, you will be rewarded for it. It's a tougher decision in the moment.
We finna shut it down.
The decision that you're rewarded for in the end. It's always, that's kind of been the story of my life for sure. Making the right decision not to attack my friends, making the right decision to say, hey, what Israel's doing to the Palestinians is wrong. And you can be maimed, you can be caricatured, you can miss out on a job, you could be banned from Australia. But I think God takes care of you in the end, and I'm glad that she followed her Christian heart there, man. Look, Mags Wegner, I'll tell you what, I would love to be the person that gets called if you are going for the next job. And I have a letter of recommendation, a video of recommendation. I want Christianity to win. I want goodness and truth to win. Truly.
Me too.
Wanted to also let you guys know we have some new merch on the website. Really good new merch, New Year merch.
Thank you, Candace. We really appreciate you for standing for truth. Absolutely, y'all. Okay, thank you. Y'all said it was another good one. We are the tea sippers. Yes. Thank y'all for hanging in there with me tonight. Thank you so much, Sister Professor Auntie Fee. Good night, everyone. And sweet dreams to you all. Mwah, 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 mwah. Whew. Okay, good night. Good night, good people. See you later. See you soon.